Hey y'all. Can y'all hear me? Hey y'all. What we got in the chat today? Tonight. Twitching was here. Hey, Isis child. Come on. Listen, y'all got y'all popcorn. Oh, you on it already. What's the word? Thank you. Thank you, DeMarcus. Hey, DeMarcus. Bad ma'am. Hey. I'm a little late today, but that's all right. I'm here. Tay. Hey. Grand Rising. Loves me smile. Hey, Holly. Child of God. Krisha. Aquarius. Jessica. Mariah. Karis. Tiffany. VM. Hey. Nicole. Okay. Naya. Thank you, Naya. Kuwana. Hey, friend. Yeah. Are you juicing? Hey, 3039. I almost didn't make it tonight. Okay. But I said let me keep my word. I already just said I'm gonna be here at 1:15. So let me go. Hey Paula, thank you. I'm so happy y'all here. It's been a few days. And hey Reginald, Adonis, thank you so much. Thank you. So I feel like some things has taken place in these past few days. Hey Sapphire. Y'all hit that like button when y'all came in or not? Huh? Did you do that? Thank you if you did. So, how y'all doing? Me and your sister have the same name. Oh, she must be awesome. You say yes, you did. Thank you, Reginald. Tiffany, hey girl. All right. I got a delay on my comments, y'all. So if I respond a little late, that's why. Okay. Let me go to. So I'm just really feeling like I'm good. I'm good. What's that, Jamila? Hey girl. Welcome. You know, after the whole Roxy and Marc D situation where they popped up on Shannon and them, y'all, and then it's like they almost went silent. Okay, I got a problem with that. And we're gonna talk about it. And it's a couple of videos I wanted to play with y'all. Not play with y'all, play for y'all. And talk about like why I feel like they're trying to silence the community at this point. Like I really felt like they want us to stop speaking about Naziah. Hey Shantastic. Miracle, hey. And I don't think it's fair, but it's very typical. It's very typical of the society to want to silence people. And it's almost like, how dare y'all create this operation, right? And then turn around and tell us to be quiet for speaking about it as if we're doing too much. And how the hell did the owner where Marc D and Roxy popped up at wind up in jail, and Marc D didn't. He had a whole AR. I'm confused. We all seen it. Did y'all not see that? When on the live, like, do I need to show y'all what I'm talking about? It was a quick flash of it, but that's not his first time showing that weapon on live. I've seen it more than once. So how does the owner wind up in jail and not the people that came over there on a full-blown bully tactic? How? And the owner was licensed to carry too. I mean, hey, Tisha, say, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with what? Going to somebody's house with the AR and attempt to ambush somebody out of somebody else's house? You tell me. We critically thinking tonight, aren't we? Huh? But yeah, it just really makes me feel like the fact that Shannon and them has a brother who is a police officer allegedly, and you know, if he is, it makes sense as to why that something like that would take place. It don't make sense. Right. And it's like, it's DJ Food, it's like it's exposing so much, and now people questioning, you know, the whole situation, and they don't like that. But y'all create these type of situations that happen, and then you want to shut people up when they speak about it. Don't make no sense at all. No sense at all. You say he probably did something we don't know about. Maybe he threatened Mark. It was a woman. Huh? Anybody, you can say what you want. Like, you can ask a person why they at your house. Yes, Mark that have the podcast. Marc D that be with Roxy. Yes. Which they no longer associate with each other either. Y'all think that's ironic that they went on that whole mission together, agreed to interview Shannon and her sister and the boyfriend, and then all of a sudden they're not cool anymore? Well, not let me rephrase that, because they're still cool, they still love each other, but they don't want to associate with each other. They're going in two different directions. Y'all think that's a coincidence? No, somebody higher up threatened their ass and told their ass they better chill the fuck out, or we gonna probably do a cease and desist or something. Something was threatened that made them decide, oh, you know what? We gonna have to tell the public that we ain't no associated with each other no more. And y'all been associated with each other for a whole damn year, probably way before that. You ain't too late, Tia. I only been on here 8 minutes, y'all. You ain't too late. Shout out to everybody that's gonna catch this replay as well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. As always, leave your comments down below once you see these. Let me know where you're from. I like to hear from all of you. Let me go back up in the comments because I was talking. Strawberry said, explain what happened. She said, did the landlord pull up when Mark was there? I'm gonna play a clip for y'all in a few. I'm gonna wait till a few more people come in here. Hey, Tisha said, I wouldn't have went over there without something either. I wouldn't trust them. I'm not saying go over there empty-handed, but yeah. Everybody ain't have to know that's what you didn't have to let everybody know. You didn't have to take such a dramatic weapon. That was dramatic. Ross says, I think it's Lynn says, no, he didn't go to put anyone out. He went to do an interview. I didn't say he went to put anybody out. Well, technically, he went to do an interview. But if you're coming with a weapon and you're coming with an aggressive attitude, how would you feel if a person came at you like that, as if and then you already got the boyfriend telling you and everybody around you that they want you to leave? How else would you take that? I'm not siding with Shannon, but how else would you take that? Somebody comes to my house with a weapon that I could clearly see, cameras all over the place, look like they're about to shoot a fucking Tubi movie, and then you come in here questioning me like you fucking crazy, and then you think that I'm supposed to be chill, calm, collected, and just answering your questions? Hell no. I feel threatened. At that point, I feel threatened, actually. This is not an interview. This is an ambush. You said I'm like to have this podcast. Yes. Paula said, I agree. The FBI definitely needs to get involved. They probably already is involved. That's what I'm telling y'all. Somebody higher up is involved. They are. They just not in a public light. Okay, thank you to my mods. Thank y'all so much. Okay, they sharing the links. Make sure y'all check out the links that they're sharing as well. Holly said, yeah, something up. The market said the landlord ended up in jail. She did something or said something. Even if she did do something, even if she did say something, she didn't do something. Somebody saying she shot, and then some people saying she didn't. Like, which one was it? Which one was it? But I'm gonna play the video for you anyway. Something was said, done for sure. Yeah, maybe so. I thought they said they didn't know one another would be there. A miracle. Who is they? You didn't know that one another would be there. Let me know who exactly you talking about. Right, irreconcilable differences. Like, yeah, okay. Okay. They act like they was really seeing each other behind closed doors, if you ask me. Tay said, hey everyone. Hey Tay. He said, Lynn said, of course the police told them to calm down, interfering with an investigation. I'm from Detroit. Lynn, I'm from Detroit too. And the investigation been closed like September. I played that video. That was in my most recent video that I uploaded. According to Kim Murphy, that investigation been closed like September, October-ish. Somewhere up in there. Renee say they all got together and lied to the police. We heard Marquita ask the landlord to come upstairs. Mark and the crew thought they could walk up and put people out their house, Renee. And you know what, Renee? Even if Mark didn't go in there and say, get out, his energy was reading that. So come on now, y'all. Okay. That energy was saying, we're coming here because we want you to get out because the boyfriend wants the sister out, which is Shannon. Okay. That's what the energy was giving. Shout out to Seattle. Hey, April. Dramatic, but that was so dramatic. Like, whatever happened to just a regular handgun? Like, stop doing the most. Shantastic said he came with the weapon but didn't bring all the City said they said the landlord busted shot in the air. That's what they said. That's what they saying. But on this recording, when she was in court, the person who was representing her basically was saying that's not what happened. Jessica said they were doing way too much. Yeah, I think so too. Tia said, but if they needed a weapon plus 4 people, why go? Like, seriously, why go? Like, what did they think they was walking into? What was it? Like, if you was that afraid, you should have had them come to you. But instead, you went to them. So you was trying to make a statement. You wanted people to see you go over there where Shannon and was at. You wanted to record it. You wanted all of that attention. Said he license to carry on his. I just said, Lynn, that's not the first time. Look, that ain't the first time that I've seen it. But that's besides the point. That's besides the point. Like Tia just said, he still went over there with multiple people. If his intentions was to interview Shannon and get some answers out of Shannon and Marquita, don't come in a way where it's intimidating to people. You're not going to get answers like that. Yes, somebody's going to call the police. Yes, people going to be trying to fight. Why? Because your energy off. Child of God, Mark kind of look unstable. D said, I feel you on that part. If someone bursts in my bedroom with an AR, exactly. Like, what the fuck is we even talking about? That's crazy work right there. crazy. You got all these people in the house, everybody walking around. Shannon, if we just judge how she was feeling in that moment based off her body language, how she got up, moving around, walking all over the place. And like I said, I ain't siding with Shannon whatsoever. But that wouldn't have been the approach that I took if I genuinely went over there to get answers, real answers. That wouldn't have been the approach that I took. I absolutely would have made sure I had something to protect myself if I'm going to put myself in a situation like that where I don't know what the fuck gonna take place. But if I ain't feel that safe, I probably wouldn't have went in the first place. We could do a Zoom. We could do, StreamYard. We could do a video chat. We could do something like that. Like, you didn't have to go over there. You didn't have to. Renee said, who is the brother, boo? Told y'all my comments a little late, so I don't even know. Who's the brother, boo? Let me know who you talking about, Renee, please. Is that Nana? Nana, hey, you ain't too late. It's been only about 15, 16 minutes since I've been out here. Oh, brother, hey. Thank you, Tia. She said I look cute, realistic. Thank you, girl. Lindsay, I really want to know, because they could tell if the landlord gonna be. Yeah, I guess we'll have to see. Keep up with her charges. You say no, they were told to stop. That's what Super said. Lynn also say I stay a few blocks from them and been told them to back out. And they say facts. That was the energy, definitely right. Exactly. Oh, somebody sent me a super sticker. Thank y'all. I forgot to set my goal. Let me set my goal real quick. He had 2 weapons. Now, see, that's even worse. What we even talking about now? What is we even talking about? Mark had 2 weapons. That's crazy. Super Shauna said right. They said they have the person in custody. They do. April said her attorney in court said that's not what happened. Right. That's what I heard as well. Sydney said, yep. Okay, good. Get them likes up. Let me go to my live, y'all, real quick. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I don't know what you're talking about. But whatever I said what I said. Okay. I feel how I feel. You feel how you feel. And that's okay. Somebody say stop talking so we get 50 more likes. Okay. Let's see if I can turn my. Right, April. Right. Oh, okay, fantastic. Now that I'm still waiting to find out. Not sure if they got evicted. I'm not even sure if Shannon's still there. But if she is, she crazy. I'll leave. Like, go ahead. Y'all ain't gotta worry about me no more. Bye. Thank you for the super sticker too. Thank you. Thank you. How I post this? I want to put that at the top of the screen. Thank you. Okay, let me set my goal. Because y'all showing out already. And I appreciate it. Okay. I'm gonna give y'all a few hours to meet the goal. Oh yeah, I'm looking at the likes. They at 68. It's 315 of y'all in here. Quit playing. Gotta hit that like button. Okay. What I'm gonna put right here? Let me see. My stomach is growling. Lachelle, hey. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Trying to keep up with y'all comments. Give me a minute. You said he was trying to put on the show. That's what it was giving. Even when the way he was talking and everything, that's what it was giving. It really was. Okay. I don't judge. I just observe, and that's what I was getting from it. Well, maybe the boyfriend was being messy, lovely. Maybe he was being messy. And maybe Mark fed right into that messiness. Yeah. Right. He's like, I ain't gonna do a 360, but he would have. So they was playing too much for me. They was playing too much. Okay. Right, because they been stopped the investigation. You see? They been stopped it. Thank you. Overthoughts. Hey. Thank you, Nana. You say, did you hear that the brother Chris took Mark from him? Someone said that on their live tonight. Oh, took Mark. Who said that? Let me know. Who said that to Marcus? April said they probably haven't got evicted yet, especially if the landlord is in jail. Eviction is the process. Yeah, that's understood. But if I was Shannon, I would have just left. Like, where's your mama at? Go with your mama. Go with your mammy. Why is you still want to be somewhere and nobody wants you there? Then ain't her mama getting ready to sell that house anyway? Like, she up anyway. Just go. Go to a hotel. Go somewhere. What's up, Roz? That woman is up right now. And it's tax time. Child, please. Well, I know they probably can't do nothing they can't do nothing about tax time. They said they didn't took the kids, so but still, she done sold the house or about to. Why you think she can't be around the kids? Hey T. So Shannon knew Mark wasn't a threat to her, then Mark didn't have to come in like that. He could have came in with some damn sense. Said the landlord is in jail for pulling the gun on Shannon after Mark lied. Court today. Yeah, I said, let me get the video together for y'all. Where I put it at? Shannon supposedly Stanford. Jay, the landlord, is supposedly went to. No, she did. She went to jail. Basically, they said that she shot her firearm the day that Marc D and Roxy and his whole team went over to Marquita's boyfriend, Marquita and her boyfriend's house to interview Shannon. Say Shannon acted tough because she knew about her plea deal. Things can always turn though. Them tables can always turn. Say the landlord family with the Yeah, the kids are gone. That's what they say. I keep saying that's what they say because I personally have not seen that information or heard it from the horse's mouth. So that's why I say that's what they say. But heavy on that's what they say because that's what they really saying. Um, he said they should have been took the kids and vote in Louisiana girl job would have gotten. Okay. You say the crazy part, them kids not in a better place. That's what I'm saying, Lamar. They really not. Them kids are really not in a better place. And it's like I feel mixed feelings about them being taken away, taking them out of their environment, which wasn't the best environment, but Jarvis is gone. But it's like, and based off what we seen on the video when Mark and them was at that house is just not suitable for children. It did not look clean. It looked like a crack spot. The Shannon and Marquita looked like they was doing drugs. They didn't look healthy. So hopefully they found a better place for them kids to go. But I know how the system is, and I know how CPS is, and foster care, and all that. It's not the best. It's not. It's really not. You say it's only temporary. They'll be back in better home surely. Or do y'all think they gonna send them back to Shannon? You think they just gonna write Shannon off like that? Or they gonna give her some time to work towards becoming a better mother, a better parent? Huh? Say spiritual. What do you think about Mimi getting arrested? A part of me feel like that's what she should have gotten. Well, she probably should have got a warning. I won't say, that's what she should have gotten, but because I feel like she may have been doing it for a good cause, or she may have been doing it for attention. However, what she said she was doing it for was to find Isaiah. I don't feel like she should have gotten, went to the county. And Sapphire say, hell no. Little House of Horror. You said, they said Shannon and her grandma questioning the DA because they agreed to testify, but their kids gone. Yeah. She was trying to hold on to them kids too, boy. She lied and everything in that court to keep them kids and them checks flowing. She should have did that when she had the chance. Let's see what Sydney said. Sydney said, but being that this case is worldwide, they're not going to place them in a harm way. They better not, Sydney. Right. Foster home is better. Right, Jessica. Yeah, I feel like she was a little too loud. Like maybe she should have maybe recorded herself while she was there. She was going to show bits and pieces of what she discovered or whatever. But to go live and no, I wouldn't have did that. But they do anything for clout these days or attention. They say, some people say she was Jarvis's baby mother, but to me, I don't see the resemblance. And she hasn't came out and said that to my knowledge that she is baby mama. So I'm gonna say no. Yeah, D. That's just it right there. Like, how you gonna be doing that and wind up in jail? That's crazy. That is crazy. And they say I think she had went live at the police station or something like that. Like just doing the most. Doing the most. And then Roxy wound up popping up on her when she was out in the field looking for quote unquote Naziah. And that was strange too. But like I said in my previous video that I uploaded yesterday, Roxy was on live when she initially pulled up to that location where Mimi was at. And she was on live and she was saying how people was clout chasing and, you know, they just popping up anywhere, whatever the case was. But I couldn't find that live on Roxy's page. I'm glad you brought that up, Nicole. Brenda's got a baby. I was just listening to that song yesterday. Like, Tupac made that song 33 years ago, and it's still relevant, very relevant today. Brenda's got a baby. Very relevant. Very. You say Mimi is not Jarvis' baby mama. Word on the street, she know what happened though. Maybe so. Mm-hmm. Say, but turns out it was. Oh, I missed it. But turns out it was a car wash and not the actual mechanic shop. Wait, D, did I miss something? You say, but it turns out it's the actual car shop. The part that she broke into, it was the car shop part, not the actual shop where they work at. Oh, okay. Well, that was dumb. That was just stupid then. Not you get arrested for going in the wrong side of the shop. Oh, somebody say no, it was the shop. I'm about to say, like, what sense do that make? Can you say she definitely would have taken him? Oh, y'all. Right, but was it the white building that was in between the gas station and the blue car wash at the other end of it? I've seen
Okay,
it
if you've been
and
following
said,
the Messiah Harris case.
hold on, y'all, let me read this comment. So the ones in the family that do work all range from medical field, transportation services, companies, education system, law enforcement, caseworkers. I mean, that's one hell of a board. Yeah, which means they got some wiggle room. They can wiggle up out of shit real quick because they know people that know people that know people. King said, "Yeah, you wish you can hug them. Yes, them babies." It's T say Brenda's got a baby started in that family, right? With Annette having her brother's child. This is a mess, a total fucking mess, a shit show. Matter of fact, this couldn't even be my family. Ooh. And I'm thinking, like, y'all saying that she had a baby by her brother. That brother is 5 years younger than her. So wouldn't that make her the predator? Annette? Wouldn't that make Annette the predator? Eric is 5 years younger than her. You say it's no way they still around Detroit ain't doing nothing about it for rock. Oh, listen, Lamar. Because it's deeper than Roxy and Mark. It's deeper than Detroit. Hell, it's deeper than Michigan. It's deeper than that. Yeah. Say she was 11 and he was 6. Well, they say she had the baby at, I think her aunt Jernell. I think she said she was 11. So yeah, that would have made him young as hell. Like That seems impossible, right? I feel like it may have been somebody older than Annette, not him, that got her pregnant. Now I don't know what they may have done, you know. You get what I'm saying? Like 6? That's crazy. But let me go ahead and play this for y'all right here. This is the landlord in jail, basically. Let's hear what they got to say.
You may know that there was a video I posted on my page, the other day. Marc D, who hosts the 7 Mile Radio, he was contacted by Shannon Harris' twin sister's boyfriend. The boyfriend called Marc D and wanted Marc D to come and remove the twins, from his home, because he said Naziah Harris' case was given too much attention on his home. Well, apparently after that fallout, the landlord ended up in jail. I am going to play the hearing from court. There are not a lot of details right now, but what I know is exactly what was said by the lawyer. So please pay close attention to what the lawyer is saying. Now, the landlord's face is not visible, given the fact that, she is not involved, and I also don't want to put her face out there, but please pay attention. And then tell me below in the comments, let me know how you guys feel about this. Marc D went over there to confront the twins and remove them from the home because the boyfriend called him. And now we know that the landlord ends up in jail. This is kind of getting out of hand, but let me know your comments below and I'll go ahead and play the clip.
They didn't leave, they would shoot. And Your Honor, it wasn't just these 2 complaining witnesses, there were workers there as well, who were doing the eviction, Your Honor. And then we have that when police arrived there, they see Miss Johnson in the street and she does have a firearm on her. So Your Honor, we have concerns for the safety of the public here. The one complaining witness said Miss Johnson was going on about a missing 13-year-old girl, and he had no idea what she was talking about. So it's unclear what exactly would have been make this make sense. But Your Honor, there was a third-party witness who indicated that he saw this defendant pointing a gun at other individuals. He corroborated that she shot a round into the air. And so, Your Honor, given that we have some individuals who apparently were not trying to be hostile to Ms. Johnson, were not even there for anything having to do with her, they had firearms pointed at them and threatened to be shot. So given that there's this danger to strangers, we think there's a danger to the public. Given that one of those complaining witnesses is the landlord for the nearby property, it is likely that he will be near there in the future as he continues to do things with the property. And so we think that this is an ongoing threat. We're asking for $50,000 cash and surety with other house arrest.
Mr. Reagan? Judge, I'm glad Ms. Douglas said, it doesn't make sense. Let me make it make sense. Let me make all of this make sense. So I just want to know, I don't want you to make it make sense. I want your bond argument. I'm about to give you my bond argument. It's going to make sense. So, Judge, my client lives at a residence on Grand Street. She lives in a 2-family flat. Above her, she's a landlord. Above her is the aunt of Naziah Harris, who lives with her boyfriend. So the boyfriend wants to get Miss Harris's aunt out the house because he's been getting a lot of threats and different things happening because of the case, the publicity that's going on with the case. He calls a podcast over to do a podcast that day.
Now, keep in mind, we just heard from the 2 attorneys, right? One attorney is obviously arguing to keep the defendant in jail, and she's saying there's nothing that could make this make sense, that the defendant came out, that there's witnesses that will say that she was armed and that she discharged that weapon. right? And then the other attorney, which is her attorney, is saying, I'm going to make this make sense, because the attorney said that she came out with a weapon, and that she was going on and on about this missing 13-year-old girl. And she said there's nothing that could make this make sense as to why this weapon went off, allegedly, right? And the attorney jumps in and he says, he's giving his bond argument for her. And he says, I am going to make this make sense for you. And he said, she is a landlord. She lives below, and that the tenants is Naziah Harris' aunt. And Naziah Harris' aunt and her boyfriend lives above her, and that they called a podcast host over to come and have the boyfriend, obviously they called Mark over, right? And they're referring to him as the podcast host, to come and have the podcast host remove Naziah Harris' aunt from the home. Now we're going to hear the rest of this, right? What are your thoughts on this so far?
With her boyfriend. So the boyfriend wants to get Miss Harris's aunt out the house because he's been getting a lot of threats and different things happening because of the case, the publicity that's going on with the case. He calls a podcast over to do a podcast that day. So this is Wednesday. So my client's also been getting a lot of threats based on the fact she hasn't put this aunt out the house and all this other stuff. So fast forward to Wednesday, she takes her daughter to school. She comes back home. There's 6 different cars sitting all around up the alley in front of her house with different men. I'm assuming it's the whole armor squad removed. Whatever that is, Judge, I have to with the whole armor squad removed. I guess people feel like they can just remove people if they think the squad. Regardless, Judge. So what happened? My client's a licensed CPO holder, has a gun on her hip. Never once takes the gun off her hip. Never once. She starts to ask the people that are sitting in front of her house. There's several cars. What are you guys out here doing? They start to get aggressive. She calls the police. My client does. They come out, right? Never find any shell casing anywhere on the ground because she never removed the gun off her hip. In fact, they took the gun off her holsters. That's how they removed it. It was on her hip. Still had one round on the table. She never shot the gun. These guys had to get their story together. They all came up with the same story, saying, oh, she pointed a gun at us. Just so they could get her locked up. She's been getting threats, Judge. Things have been happening based on these other cases going on. She has a license to carry guns. She's never shot it one time. I'm asking for a personal bond, for her. I don't think she's a threat. I think this is all made up. I sat here and listened for an hour, and it all made sense. It all made sense, Judge. And I'm just asking you to take my bond argument into consideration when setting bond.
And Your Honor, if her first was the only house on the street, it could make sense. But when you have a residential block, people might be there for other houses, and that's what they indicated. So, Your Honor, there's a third-party witness who says this also happened. It's not just these complaint witnesses.
Don't say that. Hold on. One moment.
The judge is ghetto, y'all. Just ghetto. Grand Rising. Thank you.
Okay, one moment.
You know what, Nisi? They already have closed the investigation. And they feel like Jarvis is the only one to blame. All evidence points to Jarvis because everybody else is working with the prosecutor. I don't think they're going to arrest Shannon. And if they do, I'm going to be a little surprised. The arrest, you said, did it sound like it happened 3 days later? The arrest? I'm going to have to listen to it again. I don't know. You say, y'all, pull up Beauty and the Beast video she just dropped. It's 6 minutes. Everything that happened being told on 6 minutes recording. Right, because there's another video I wanted to play for y'all. Actually, look, I want to show you my screen because I'm literally on that video right now. To God we owe, literally right now, because I wanted to play this for y'all. Now this is alleged, okay? This ain't actual factual, it's alleged. But listen to this video because it makes some sense and it gives us a little bit more context. And it does fit the narrative in which I've been painting for you guys, that Shannon is just as guilty, as most of you know, as Jarvis. But because they're working with the prosecutor, I don't believe that there's going to be an arrest made for Shannon because all evidence point towards Jarvis. And that is coming straight out of Kim Worthy's mouth. Okay? But let me play this for y'all too. Exactly, D. Mm-hmm. Okay, hold on. You'll be surprised. Jarvis wasn't the only one that did this. He was not the only one. He was not. I did not watch Rain of Fire Sharon. Told y'all I try not to indulge too much in other people's content because it could be a little bit overwhelming for me. I like to stay in my own thoughts and make my own conclusions. But yeah. Well, that's what we're about to listen to right now. I think this video covers that question, Love Smile. I think this is the one. Let's just see.
Be quiet. You guys, do not be quiet.
Hotel to try some antifreeze or whatever he was gonna try to get rid of the baby. He gave that to her, you know what I'm saying, and try to do whatever he could do. She was feeling sick or whatever. All right, so he gets in the car, drops her off to go back home. All right, when she gets out to go home, she go in the house. Shannon didn't get into it with her. They didn't call and see if she was at Jarvis' house because Shannon already knew she was at Jarvis' house because she called to get the
Line. Hold on, y'all. Look. You go back. Tell me this shit finna start acting stupid. She didn't say. I'm go back uniquely. I'm gonna go back and then see if she actually said who it was that was speaking. I'm gonna have to go look on TikTok too, because maybe the actual video person who uploaded the video have an actual name. This is something I ran across on YouTube, like right before I got on live. So I don't have a name, DeMarcus. I don't have a name. This is something I ran across on YouTube real quick. And I just listened to it and it kind of makes sense. Just saying. Mm-hmm. She said she does, and Candace did a video saying that. Yeah, when I watch them with y'all. Other than that, I don't be like looking for their content when I'm not on live or something like that. Not that I don't think it's, good content or anything. It's just I like to be in my own thoughts. Let me see if this act right now. This video only 6 minutes, so. It says, so Jarvis want to go down for murder just for messing with Messiah. Apparently, but the thing is, he gonna go down regardless. Either way it went, I feel like he was gonna go down regardless. Definitely Uncle Eric. Well, he ain't my uncle, but Eric Bethel is absolutely a monster. Absolutely. Have you seen this podcast? Thank you. You say, no, they don't know. That's the mystery question. Sure is, Sharon. Say, Aspen says Jarvis had, yeah, obviously he did, especially being that,
Hotel to try some uh some antifreeze or whatever he was gonna try to get rid of the baby. He gave that to her, you know what I'm saying, and try to do whatever he could do. She was feeling sick or whatever. All right, so he gets in the car, drops her off to go back home. All right, when she gets out to go home, she go in the house. Shannon and them get into it with her. They didn't call and see if she's at Jarvis' house because Shannon already knew she was at Jarvis' house because she called to get directions earlier that day while she's at school. So once she get back, they get to fussing at her for going up to Jarvis' shop and calling fast and this and that. Then it all came out, you know, confirming that she was pregnant, was Jarvis' baby. And Shannon lost it. Shannon lost it real bad and jumped on Nazaria, beating her, hitting her in the head with some object right there in their house that they overlooking. And killed Nazaria because she was already probably having complications. Remember, from whatever they've been giving her to try to get rid of the baby. Remember, she was sick earlier that day and on the floor. Instead of them calling the nurse, they called the counselor. School failed her. So once Shannon beats on it, she passes out, she dies right there. So they panic. So they get her, the twin sister, help Shannon get her into the mama car, and they go and meet Jarvis. Meet Jarvis out there by where the other girlfriend lives. And Jarvis was going to all these different houses at his different girlfriend house, establishing his alibi. Because he knew what had happened between her and Shannon, that he had nothing to do with it, but knew that he was also the last person seen with her and probably would be questioned about her being unalive. So once Shannon and the sister go out there and meet them out there, they get rid of the body, right? So once they get rid of the body, he tell them, bring some extra clothes or whatever. So you get rid of the body and they throw those extra clothes out, which is working. And I don't understand how that's working, because we know what she had on the day of school. We know what she left. Got off the bus with clothes she had on, but they threw out some different clothes with limited amount of blood and stuff on it. Why? Because they only took the jacket off for her, and probably some other shoes and stuff that was already in the house. But she's still buried in what we saw her in, which is that colorful jacket, them jeans, and some other shoes, whatever she is. And I don't think she buried nowhere uh, where she can't be found, because they somewhere else and make people go search in the opposite direction. So she is deceased, but she was killed by Shannon in a rage because of her jealousy or whatever she had going on with Jarvis. And at the end of the day, the mom and the sister knows what Shannon did, and they're not protecting Jarvis; they're protecting Shannon. And Shannon hoping that Jarvis don't snitch on him, but he's not going to tell until after they try and convict him of the murder, and he see the difference between the time. Remember, his lawyer said they're not going to contest and fight the fact that he had inappropriate relations with her. Okay, go ahead and bound it over. But what we are fighting is the murder. Why? Because there's no body. Now, here's where it gets tricky. Now, you do know that Shannon and all of them have already made deals with the DA. Why? Because without Shannon, the mom, King, the fiance, without all those people, they would not have a case for murder against this young lady. So they pieced up parts of their statements and testimonies to present what it was they wanted to present to the court, that he was last seen with it and he's the one that killed him. But believe me, there's other text messages, all kind of messages in their phones that they took. But if they convict them and show that they are also guilty, then who would be on the stand and testify or could testify against Jarvis? Because they all could get up there and just plead the fifth, because they all are being charged. So therefore, they're letting them off and letting them go. They made a deal. They agreed to testify against Jarvis and say what it is that they want them to say. With in turn keeps them from being prosecuted and charged with anything. But trust me, they know exactly what happened. They know exactly what happened to her. But they want to get Jarvis and get Jarvis off the street, because they feel like he's the problem. He's the ringleader. But they
Welcome to Beauty and the Beast.
Now we got a whole bunch of comments. Okay, so that was just a video that I played from another content creator. She's asking who's that man that was talking. I'm wondering who that man was talking, because he was talking like he really know what the hell he talking about. And it didn't make a lot of sense, I ain't even gonna lie. But I'm gonna have to go find the source of where that video came from, and then see if they put a name. But what y'all think about what he said? You said, so if they find the body, it's a deal off for others. Well, it's definitely gonna take a turn. It's definitely gonna take a turn. She said, yeah. They said the landlord in jail because he shot in the air. It's a female. It's a lady. She shot in the air, and they made Mark run up the street naked. Naked. Child, we got 666 in the chat. I ain't heard that one though, Miss Detroit. On point. Miss Detroit, just look, she on point. She got the facts apparently. Not him running. So would that be the reason why Mark been like quiet as a fucking church mouse? Would that be the reason? You say you don't understand what he would do. What he mean? Dude was going to be off the street anyway. It kind of doesn't make sense. Yeah, he was gonna be off the street anyway. Either way it went. That's what I say too. What you heard in the reading yesterday? Yeah. All this is speculation. Nobody would know anything unless we go. Only thing that we can actually go according to is the facts that the court present to us and that they reveal to us. Everything around that is speculation. So nobody actually knows anything, especially if most people are going to mediums and psychics, and that means that they are also looking for answers just like the rest of us. Just like the rest of us. We all have our ideas of what we may believe happened. And the defense attorney cannot talk. You say, Arlene said, I thought that was just what he said. Shannon jumped on her for being pregnant and took her rage out on her. Right. They took the rage thing. Yeah, basically that's what you just said. Yeah. So I do believe that Shannon knew exactly who Naziah was pregnant by. I'm sure Naziah may have said it, or Shannon may have read messages and found out, asked Naziah about it, or they just knew. Keep in mind, they was real comfortable having grown people relations all over the grandma house. So I can't see how Shannon didn't know about Naziah having sexual relations with Jarvis and vice versa. I can't see how they didn't know. I don't know why they waited so long to get Naziah an abortion. Why did they wait so damn long to even try? Because when I did the math, if we're going to go according to when Naziah may have been pregnant, which was about August of 2024, she would have been about 5 months pregnant. She would have been right over the threshold to get an abortion. Why didn't they just take her to get an abortion and let whatever was going to happen to Jarvis happen to Javirus? Because he was going to go to the prison either way it went. What y'all think? I think he was going to go to prison either way it went. Somebody was going to find out that this 13-year-old child was pregnant by a grown-ass man. Either way, we found it out now. And there's no Naziah. So if they would have took her to get the abortion, they could have saved her life. He still would have been going to prison. And see, that's why Shannon need to go to prison. That's why Shannon and that grandma and that auntie who covering up for her sister need to go. Because of that. They didn't have to unalive her. They didn't have to abuse her. They didn't have to beat on her, allegedly. They didn't have to do none of those things. You say you in Detroit, you ain't heard what? Wait a minute. Y'all be having a whole nother conversation from me. What y'all talking about? Purple said, I don't think the prosecutor is looking out for the aunt and grandma. I don't think they necessarily looking out for the aunt and grandma either, because at the end of the day, they want to get paid for what they're doing. So they're going to try to prosecute the person who 99% of the evidence is pointing towards, which is Javirus. You say you think Javirus is taking the fall for him? I don't think he's taking the fall for them, because he still had his hand in this. We're not going to ignore the fact that Javirus impregnated a 13-year-old. He absolutely need to go to prison or get the electric chair, one or the other. So I don't think he's taking a fall for anybody. I just think that most of the evidence point towards him, and the prosecutors can actually prove it. He said, didn't mean the grandma and Shannon going to get on the stand and lie again. Say Miss Detroit is trolling. He say, Isis, do you think that was JB's cellmate on that voice note? I'm about to look and see. I'm about to figure out who that person was, because I don't like to not know, because it could have been. Let's see. You said yes. Things been happening at the house for a long time, right? And I kind of just want to play their interview in a whole nother just separate live, because I think some people haven't heard that interview. How many of y'all have not heard the interview with Annette's, I believe it's her, Kiwana is her niece, the niece and cousins, one or the other, Jernell and Kiwana. How many of y'all seen that interview? Because Jernell and Kiwana, they have a lot more context and information than I feel like Roxy was able to provide, or anybody else. And they had a better backstory, and it kind of put things into context. So, but most people seen it. Hell, some people probably seen it with me too. Yeah. Yeah, you missed that part. It was a really short video though. So some people saying they didn't see it. We got some people saying they did see it. Okay. Say single mama. Been doing this since she was 11 years old. He said again, they all guilty. Say Shannon couldn't make Nasiah get an abortion. That's why she killed. You think she might have not wanted to get the procedure? I think she did want it, because she was originally asking for a plan B, but she was already too far along. She was already too far along. So I think that maybe she would have considered it. You say look up Bougie for that interview. Which interview? SPH. You said them kids been exposed since 8, 19, 11. Yeah. You say you think they resent Nasiah because of her mother. I absolutely believe Annette did. And whatever picture Annette painted of Lady to her other siblings, it definitely probably rubbed off on her siblings and how they ostracized Lady and her children. I absolutely think it had something to do with that. She say none of them were actively present, but if you put Roxy, Kiwana, and Janelle back their stories together, they make sense collaboratively. Yeah, for the most part. For the most part. It's just some things that Roxy have said that made me question her credibility. But that's still their family at the end of the day. They would know more than we do. Light skin. True. He said it's in the neighborhood. Annette been squatting in houses. That's why she kept moving. You think she been squatting? I was waiting. Oh, you said with Janelle and the cousin. Trying to see what you said. Now I gotta remember what you said. Look up. Oh yeah, I got the link too. I got the link with Janelle and Kiwana. Um, Denise say, did she freak out because Jarvis supposedly texted Naziah that they were going to run away? Maybe Shannon felt betrayed. Ain't no telling what Shannon felt because Shannon is such a weirdo. Her and her sister, like you could see the wickedness just by looking at their eyes on that video. It's something that's way off with them. So ain't no telling what the hell they was thinking. Evidently it was some off the wall shit that make them not want to answer and not want to show up for Naziah and not want to be honest about what took place. They obviously withholding information and lying about what took place. So yes, they did, according to social media. You want me to drop it in the chat? Okay. It's in my playlist on YouTube. Hold on. You say Chanel and Kiwana was genuine. I think they was genuine. You say Lady was abused by the twin father. They actually said that Lady was abused by Chris Bussey. Chris Bussey. We got Brianna Ann in the chat. Hey, Brittany. Sorry, not Brianna. Brittany. Hey, Brittany girl. If that's the Brittany, the content creator. How you doing? They say it was Chris Bussey. Christopher Bussey. And that would have been someone that Annette dated before she got with the twins' father. And it looks like, to me, that the twins had the same father of Florentino. Because they look exactly alike, all three of them. Right. So about the last name is wild. It is. And I hate saying it for real, for real. Like Bussy? Like, what is that? So, okay. So her kids was young when she was with Chris Bussey. She would have been between, like, because she had Lady, if my math was correct, this Lady is like 41, 42-ish. Then she might have had Lady when she was like 20, 21. So that means that she was with that Chris Bussey from like 21 to like 30. Somewhere in there. Because she had the twins and Florentino. She had the Florentino at probably like 31, 32, 33. Same in that same time with the twins. So I think it would have been Chris Bussey that assaulted her. You know what I mean? Like, y'all get what I'm saying? Nah, apparently Annette like abusive men and things like this. So I don't put it past it. Maybe even the next person she got with was an abuser too, you know. But I don't think that her kids father after Bussy may have done anything to Lady. I don't know. But Charles for sure. And Roxy's mother said Charles for sure. Charles for sure is his name. Bussy is the last name. Okay, I thought it was a guy named Charles who assaulted Lady. Yes, it is. Charles. That's what I'm saying. You say the whole house is a red flag. Absolutely. The teacher said she was always hungry. You talking about the teacher that said she came to her for snacks every day? I don't recall her saying that she was always starving, but she did say she came to her for snacks throughout the day. Isis says she think King is an accomplice. Also, what man let a teen girl who's not biologically related to none of them hang around that whole day, travel to city with a weirdo? And then, people will say, well, King did ask, what he gonna do in Nasiah? Is he gonna drop her off or whatever the case was? Okay, but she still be there prior to that date all the time too. So I think King knew. I think King definitely knew. And y'all, I'm thinking about it when I was young, about 14 or so. It was this older guy that I was talking to that I ain't had no business talking to either. And they had a car shop, and I would be at the car shop too. And it wasn't always the best things going on. And guess what? His mother and father knew exactly what was going on. So you can't tell me that King didn't know what was going on. King absolutely knew what was going on. If a 9-year-old can get up on that stand and say, hey, I seen Jarvis doing this with my cousin, and she was like this, and he was like that, you don't think King seen the same thing? You think Jarvis had respect the person when you think he had any type of respect when it came to how he did what he did? When he can freely walk into Naziah's bedroom and go grab her underwear, knowing his kids all over the place, you think he was sneaky about it? No, he wasn't sneaky about it. They knew. They all knew. They just thought it was normal. And a lot of time men don't hold other men accountable. They think that it's cute. Just like they thought it was cute when they was dating us, some of us girls as early teens, preteens, and things like that. They thought it was cute. Nobody corrected that behavior. A grown man should never, anybody over 18 should not be dating no girl. Bussy a bus. What a coinkydink with their last names. Like, what in the entire fuck is going on with these names? But yeah, it was almost like, and even when I think about it, like with my grandmother had her first child at 15 by a grown man. That's the thing. People think that is normal. And that grown man is my grandfather. I literally thought about this shit the other day. Like, was my granddaddy the Jarvis in my family? What was my grandma doing with this 21-year-old man? And her mama didn't say nothing? Because a lot of these mamas be worried about the money. Is you gonna get some money from that nigga? Oh, you got a baby now. You can get some coins for that baby. You get some food stamps. What do you say? What Tupac say? And Brenda's got a baby. Let me pull the lyrics up. What Tupac said? Oh, okay. And this was 33 years ago. And it's been going on way before 33 years. My grandma like 70 something. It's been going on for generations. And to this day, my grandma don't think nothing was wrong with her dating a 21-year-old man at the age of 14, 15. She really got pregnant at 14 and had the baby at 15. It's diabolical. You say incest happened in your family too in Memphis. My own mother has said to me regarding a cousin that did not grow up with her. She felt like she could talk to a long distance cousin who she didn't grow up with because they didn't grow up together. That's still your cousin. I didn't know people really think like that. When I was a little girl, I think I was probably like, I had to be under 10. I had a cousin. He about my age. He tried to kiss me. I immediately told on him. He never tried it again. I immediately told on him. I never thought that was cool. I just never thought that was cool. But anyway, some people really do feel like if they haven't grown up with that family member or that cousin, or it's their third, fourth cousin, oh, it's normal. Oh, it's okay because y'all don't really know each other like that, and y'all didn't grow up together. Y'all didn't. That's weird. Hmm. Or cousin marriage. Like, think about it with Mary. They married to two brothers. Mary the singers. One sister married to the one brother, the other sister married to the other brother. Ain't that weird to y'all? I don't know. Is it just me? I guess that's the thing. Tupac said in his song, I hear Brenda's got a baby, but Brenda's barely got a brain. A damn shame. The girl can hardly spell her name. That's our problem. No, that's not our problem, is what somebody said to Tupac. That's up to Brenda's family. That's a problem right there, too. That's a problem right there with our community, thinking that other people's problems are not our problems. No, we have to start correcting each other's bad behaviors. Now y'all finna get me to preaching on here. We have to start correcting each other for each other's bad ass behaviors, and let's stop normalizing secrets. Let's stop normalizing those things. Oh, two cousins. I look, two cousins, two brothers, two something. I know they related, which makes it weird and complicated to me. Somebody say they cousins. If they cousins, it's still weird. Okay. You say they aren't brothers, so are they cousins? I could have sworn they said that they was related some way. No, they not. So why they got the same last name? I could have sworn I heard them say. I'm about to look it up. I'm about to look it up because I used to watch the show all the time. Let me see. You say they not kin. Okay, well, still, if they not kin, it happens. It happens. I stand corrected. If they ain't kin, that's all right. But it does happen. You got cousins marrying cousins. Hell, you got brothers and sisters marrying each other. Okay, spiritual gangster. I got you. I see you. They said it ain't the brother, and they saying they ain't related at all. Hold on. Yeah, I set me up a Twitch. I just realized that I'm live on Twitch too. I think. Sapphire, okay. You say incest was very popular back in the days in America in certain countries. Yeah, honestly, Denise, I feel like it goes back to slavery too. with them breeding plantations they had going on. Definitely. So back to these lyrics that Tupac was spitting 33 years ago. Okay. He said, let me show y'all how this affects the whole community. He said, now Brenda really never knew her mom and her dad. Sound familiar? Junkie. Putting death in his arms is sad because I bet Brenda doesn't even know. Just because I want to play the song, but I can't. I'm about to read the lyrics and say, just because you're in the ghetto doesn't mean you can't grow. But oh, that's a thought, my own revelation. He said, do whatever it takes to resist the temptation. Brenda got herself a boyfriend. Her boyfriend was her own cousin. Now let's watch the joy end. She tried to hide her pregnancy from her family, who didn't really care to see or give a damn if she went out and had a church of kids, as long as when the check came, they got first dibs. Now, Brenda's belly is getting bigger, but no one seems to notice any change in her figure. She's 12 years old and she's having a baby, in love with a molester who's sexing her crazy. This sounds too familiar to Naziah's case and a lot of other people, y'all. Like, he put this in a song 33 years ago. I feel like society watches things like this happen over and over and over again and do nothing about it. Do nothing. He clearly talked about the fact that the importance of having a village. I was just about to say that. Who said that? That's the importance of having a village. When we can protect each other, we look out for each other's kids and not exploit each other, not allow adults to exploit the vulnerabilities of the children. He said Brenda daddy and mama, well, the daddy was junkied out. The mama wasn't around. All she had was her fucked up family who only cared about money. They act like they didn't even see the changes in her body. Then she found herself in love with the person that took advantage of her. Sound just like Naziah when she was being groomed. It sounds just like a bunch of children when they're being groomed. When I think about it, I was groomed too. I was groomed too. At her age. Tried to hide her pregnancy from her family who didn't care to see or give a damn. He said, and yet she thinks that he'll be with her forever and dreams of a world with the two of them are together. Didn't Naziah have him saved in her phone as my forever or something like that? What'd she say? It was something to that extent. Bay for life? Something like that. And people still want to say that this girl was fast? No. No child that is being assaulted by a grown person is fast. It totally messes up the psyche of the child. They believe that the trauma that they're experiencing is love. Why? Because my parents not involved. And y'all think that we supposed to show some type of sympathy for the fact that her parents was not involved in her life and they left her for dead? I don't feel sorry for Lady or that daddy. I'm sorry. I don't. because it's parents like that that choose money, drugs, materialistic things over their children that is detrimental and critical to the well-being of the child. We have to hold the community accountable. Lady dropped the ball. Her mama dropped the ball. Her mama dropped the ball on the net. How she wound up getting pregnant at 11 years old. Annette. She's a whole victim too. But look at the downfall of all of that. It led to the death of Naziah because nobody wants to deal with the fact that they're all victims and y'all need help. Sorry. Like, it's unfortunate that lady and other people have to feel the need to chase drugs in order to escape. It's unfortunate that they feel the need to chase drugs in order to cope with life. But it's still not an excuse for abuse. That's my motto. It's no excuse for abuse, period, point blank. That means whatever that may look like. Whatever type of excuse you try to come up with. And I know a lot of times women don't speak about things out loud because society has been programmed to demonize the victim or victim blame, victim shame. So I get it. I do get it, but we still must speak up. We still must encourage each other to speak up and support one another when we do. We must stop judging each other. Now, I ain't say don't correct each other. Don't get it twisted. Because I'm not saying that I don't have any sympathy for Lady and what she experienced or the fact that her mother was a victim, so on and so forth. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying hold each other accountable. We are the community. We are the community. And sometimes telling people the truth, it feels like judgment. Sometimes telling people the truth could feel like you're judging them. You say no child that's fast supposed to be able to catch up with the grown man. Like, community is so important. Community, this just shows us based off these lyrics that Tupac spoke 33 years ago. He was telling the community, we need help. Did anybody get that? A lot of times people be on drugs because they don't feel safe, because they don't have a community, because their voice has been silenced, because they don't feel valued. That's why I tell y'all, up in here, everybody is somebody. Your voice is heard. Your feelings are felt. Your feelings are valid. You're not alone here. You're talking to a person. This is why I share y'all my experiences, because I want y'all to know you're not alone. I'm not here to judge you. I live a life. I'm having a human experience just like all 700 of y'all in here. I'm having an experience too. And this is heartbreaking. This is heartbreaking. She didn't know what to do with the baby, so she put the baby in the trash. Say she didn't know what to throw away, what to keep. She had the baby on the bathroom floor. She wrapped the baby up, threw the baby in the trash heap. I guess she thought she'll get away. Wouldn't hear the cries. She didn't realize nobody was around. Nobody was around for Naziah. All of them people in their house, but nobody was there. Nobody was there for my grandma. My grandma had no business rolling around with what she would call booby. She had no business rolling around with booby. At 14, 15 years old, and it's a grown-ass man. Took total advantage of her. My grandfather took total advantage of my grandmother. And to this day, my grandma is still traumatized. He done moved on, married somebody else, got a whole nother situation going on. And my grandma's still traumatized behind that man. Had all her children with him, but she's still traumatized behind that man. That's a crime. That is a spiritual crime. That's what I'm talking about right there too. That's it. A lot of these predators just come to steal your life force, your energy, your youth. I know my grandma haven't healed from it because she still talk about it to this day. She has not healed from the pain that my grandfather caused her. She hasn't. And the way she speaks about my grandfather like he was the best thing that happened to her. Yeah, Booby was this, he was that. He was 6 years older than me. That's why a lot of our grandmothers and older women in our families, if they were victims to that type of man or person, they condone it. They think that it's normal. They think it's okay. My grandma and them never told me I shouldn't have been talking to no grown ass man at 14, 15 years old. I never heard that. I never thought that it wasn't okay. I didn't think that till I got older, like close to 30, and I'm thinking that back on my life, like, wait a minute. And then I have a daughter now, so it's like, wait, I was how old doing what? And I can't say my mama and them didn't know, because them niggas will drop me off to their house. So they knew. They knew. They knew what was going on. But the trauma that they deal with told them that it was okay for me to do it. So they lacked the ability to protect me when they should have been protecting me. Hey, shout out to Nola, New Orleans. So we have to really heal, y'all. We got to heal. We have to encourage other people to heal. We have to encourage the safe spaces within our family structure first, so that we can reflect those and project those safe spaces out in public. We gotta create those safe spaces within us first. Stop gossiping about each other. Stop talking about each other behind their back. Stop judging each other for their experiences that they experienced. And let's start practicing holding each other accountable with love. With love. So how do you hold a person accountable with love? You talk to them. You want to lay down? Because I look, y'all be trying to wait to stay up. Huh? You want to lay down? No? Come on. Go get in the bed with Scotty, okay? Okay. Or you want to lay on the couch right there? You want to lay down? Or you want to lay right here? Go ahead. Go ahead. This is something that I'm very passionate about. Okay, y'all. So if you're new here, welcome. And this is what I do. I am for women. I'm for children. I'm for um, humanity. I'm against all forms of slavery. I appreciate men that come into these spaces and respect women, protect women, and are here to support the women and children. And it's a mutual respect there. And we just must, you say this case has touched your soul, desires in your heart. Absolutely. But we just really must start working on healing ourselves so that we won't project the negative shadows onto our sisters and into our children and into the community. It's counterproductive to the community, and it hinders us. It keeps us enslaved mentally. A lot of people are still in a slave mentality because of money. They will literally sacrifice any and everybody, everything for money. I'm going to read the rest of these lyrics. It say, now the baby's in the trash, heat bawling. Mama can't help her, but it hurts to hear her calling. Brenda wants to run away. Mama say, you making me lose pay, and social workers here every day. So her mama don't give a damn. She don't hear her. She care about the money and the money only. Now Brenda's got to make her own way. Can't go to her family. They won't let her stay. No money, no babysitter. She couldn't keep a job. She tried to sell crack, but ended up getting robbed. So now what's next? There ain't nothing left to sell. So she do the adult thing as a way to leave in hell. It's paying the rent, so she really can't complain. Prostitute found slain, and Brenda's her name. She got a baby. Uh, mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. That's Tupac. I was reading Brenda's Got a Baby out loud because that was written 33 years ago. And Isaiah's story is identical to that. Brenda was Naziah 33 years ago. Brenda was a lot of our ancestors before he even wrote this song. So I'm saying what the solution is here. The solution for the community. How do we avoid this type of tragedy? How do we avoid this type of tragedy from happening to our young girls and the exploitation of our children? We see a problem. We've been seeing a problem. We've been seeing a problem. Tupac seen a problem. Everybody in that generation in 1991 seen the problem. Some people's families right now are dealing with this right now. They sitting back and watching this Naziah case unfold, knowing damn well they dealing with that same shit with their uncle, their grandpa, their cousins, their brothers, their children. They sit back and watching this happen, knowing damn well they dealing with the same shit right now. Look up the statistics. Let's look up the statistics on how many families are really dealing with domestic violence, sexual assault. They don't tell on the perpetrator, because that's my husband, that's my cousin, that's my daddy. We got to start pressing charges. How do you beat the system? The system that is built on trauma. This whole Naziah case energetically has rose up the trauma within the people and just created more fears. They feed off of that. Now, how do we go against this system who runs and operate off of the fears of the masses? We got to use their system to our advantage. You press charges against some people who harm our children, who harm the women. You encourage them to stand up for themselves and let them know that it's okay. It's okay to stand up for yourself and press charges. Carry it out to the furthest extent. Teach our children how to set boundaries. Teach our children that it's not okay to let people come in a bathroom with them, to let people touch them. You, as a parent, I don't touch my children unless they ask me. If it's something they want me to look at, it starts in the household first. If my children got something they want me to look at, they come to me and I get permission from them to go. Okay, now we can go check out whatever it is that's bothering you, whatever. But them boundaries are so important. Teach children how to respect their bodies. No sitting on laps. No allowing people to come in the bathroom with you. Not even me. I knock. Before I go in the bathroom with my children, I knock. This ain't about needing Jesus, Martha. We've been calling on Jesus for centuries upon centuries. We need action now. We need action. We need solutions. We see the problem. Jesus seen the problem centuries ago. And if you really want to get technical, your oppressors gave you the Jesus concept. They gave you the Bible. They gave you religion. It's all a system to keep you enslaved, to keep you enslaved. We need to start critically thinking, detectives. Why y'all think I call y'all that? I encourage y'all to critically think. I encourage y'all to correct each other. I encourage us to stand up for each other. It ain't about having sex outside of marriage. Because even in that same Bible that you read, there's people getting raped. There's people getting unalive. There's people getting taken advantage of. There's people getting whipped. There's people getting exploited all up and through that Bible. Okay, so let's take a moment, okay, and set the Bible down on the side for a second. What real life actions could you take right now that could really contribute to the community? Let's take religion off the table. Let's take religion off the table. Okay? And if you don't agree, that's okay. This page that you're watching, I don't support a Bible. Okay? I support true spirituality where there is real actions. Okay? Not you praying to a God outside of yourself. If you're still in this day and time and you're praying to a God outside of yourself because you don't see the power that you hold within yourself as a God, this is not the platform for you. Okay. I'm talking to people that know who they are. Okay. I'm talking to people that know who they are. And not still believing in some fairy tale religion that your oppressor gave your ancestors to keep their asses enslaved. You are an abomination to our nation if you're still practicing your oppressor's religion. Roddy, you're going to get blocked. I don't argue spirituality. I don't argue the truth either. I had to face the truth just like you. I grew up Christian, Pentecostal to be exact. So I know what it's like to be caught up under that spell and religion and not know that, oh, the God that they actually, that the God that you're afraid of is actually within you too. You are God and the devil. You are. Religion is just a pacifier system to keep you from facing your shadows and your truth and facing the truth. That's what the Bible does for y'all. Okay. I'm talking to the people who have already realized who they are and that they are the gods of their own reality. And it's time for action. Okay. It is. Now, as a community, yes, it starts in the house. Yes, it starts in the house. And what do we teach our children? Because we up against so much, right? Know thyself. That's what I'm really getting at. Like, know who you truly are. Know who you truly are. I see you. Oh, yeah, Shango. Okay. Know who you truly are for real. See, people they'll lead a chat when you start talking real facts. Because religious people are scared of the truth. They don't want to hear the truth. The truth scares them, literally. So this is not a safe space for you. You and your Bible and your religion. It's not a safe space for you. This is a space for people that know themselves. This is a space for people who want to see change in their community. This is a space for people who are no longer mentally enslaved. I wasn't around during slavery, but my ancestors were. I am my ancestors. I absolutely know what was taught. Do you read, Rod? Do you read at all? Who you don't even have your picture up. Like, you read the Bible and apply it to your life so you know it's real because you believe it's real. You don't even understand the power of your mind. You create the religion because you believe the religion. So you create it. Not knowing that you are the creator of your reality. They tell you to worship a God outside of yourself. And then they use your, if you are actual indigenous to this land, or if you are a non-ether being, they tell you, oh, follow this book while we use your magic on you to keep you enslaved and keep you under this spell. They take your magic and use it against you. And then tell you to worship and wait on the God to come save you. Newsflash, nobody's coming to save you. You got to save yourself. Nobody. Jesus is not even coming to save you. He looking, but he ain't coming to save you though. You definitely came to the wrong channel. Get up out of here, Aunt. This is not a safe for slaves. This is not a safe space for people who are mentally slaves and don't question shit. Your religion tell you can't even question shit. But here you are trying to tell me what I need to believe and what's what. Huh? You don't get to come in here and tell a motherfucker that know how to think for herself what the fuck she need to think. Because what you saying don't make sense. I grew up in that same religion that you're talking about, and it didn't make sense when I was in it. It didn't. You convincing yourself that it makes sense. Why? Because you want to justify your bad behaviors. That's what it really be. That's why most people stay in religion, because they know they a fucked up person and they need something to lean on. They need something to tell them, this is what you follow. I'm following the 10 commandments. I asked God to forgive me. So it's okay if I do it again, because I could pray about it again. No, you're a fucked up person. At the core, you're rotten. Deal with it. And I said what I said. That's what I'm saying. Most people be really fucked up at the core of who they are, and then try to judge somebody else. Then try to tell somebody else how to live their life. You Bible thumping fucking hypocrites. That's all it is. Bunch of hypocrites trying to tell somebody else what the hell to do with their life when you ain't doing nothing with yours. So like I said, we don't need them type of people in our community. All skin folk ain't kinfolk. And I know that to be very true. They can look just like me, darker, and be acting just like their oppressor, the people that enslaved our ancestors. We don't need them type of fraudulent, hypocritical people in our community. No fucking way. We need people who are genuine at heart, who know themselves, who understands the importance of community. Tiana. Ooh. Right. You say perfect example. And they've been talking about God, but been doing pure fucking evil. And then had them children pray in a circle. How dare you? How dare you abuse these children and then tell them to get in a circle and pray about a weapon forming, and you're the weapon? You the whole fucking weapon that formed. And you telling these kids to get in a circle and pray. Sound like some sorcery to me. Uh-huh. Sound like some wickedness to me. Sound like a motherfucker that want to use the Bible to justify their bad behaviors and their bad character. That's what that sound like to me. And they wonder why they go through what they go through. Such a contradiction. And that's all most religious people are. That's all they are. They contradicting. The Bible itself is contradicting. If you read it, some of you motherfuckers thumping the Bible around and don't even read it for real. You take your ass to church every Sunday and have somebody tell you what's in that Bible, and you believe everything they say. You get home, you put the Bible down, don't touch it again to next Sunday, and do the same thing over and over, and been doing that shit for generations to come. Slave owners gave our ancestors Sunday to go to church and worship for a reason. They also had motherfucking overseers in the church to make sure that the word that's being preached is the word that will indoctrinate their minds and keep them slaves. They taught the Bible in a certain way, delivered the message in a certain way to make the slaves feel like it was okay to be doing what they was doing. They weaponized religion. They weaponized the Bible. Oh, and don't get me started on King James. Don't get me started on King James. He hated women so much. He hated women so much. And you wonder why everybody in religion worship a man. They got women worshiping men, knowing damn well we're the portals. Okay? Women are the portals. Don't listen. Everything that King James demonizes everything that a woman is. He hates women so much. And he was a man lover. He was a man lover. Exactly. He was a fruitcake. So y'all don't even know who y'all really be worshiping, do y'all? He said the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. What happened to the mother? Oh, y'all thought y'all was talking to an idiot. Oh, y'all thought that I was using Isaiah for clout. Y'all must didn't know who page you really was on. Oh, okay. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure y'all subscribe. Make sure y'all do the YouTube thing. She say, hey, Queen Mama, your daughter. He said, your daughter gets down for the crown. Look, they tried to, King James wanted the mother out the picture. I know most of the detectives in the chat, y'all be woke. But it's them new ones that try to come in. It's them new ones. And then they get all discombobulated in the mind because they don't realize, oh, oops, wrong channel. Yeah, oops. This ain't that. Yeah, so funny. He said Christianity hates women, period. Yes, he hates women so much that he actually wants to be one. Absolutely. Everything about the church has everything to do with the woman's vajayjay. Literally. Cannibalism. The whole concept of Jesus come from the ancient deity Aset, which is Isis. Yeah. Mother and son is how it really go. Not Father and Son, Holy Spirit. Good night. Come back and catch the rest of this live. Look, I'm following spirit when it comes to this message. I didn't even write no notes down today for this. I really didn't. I follow spirit. Wherever spirit guide me with my message, that's where we going. And it'll all still tie into Naziah, Annette's, motherfucking Shannon's and Jarvis. It all still tie in. See, we got to start really doing the research. Take your feelings out of it because the truth ain't got nothing to do with how you feel. The truth is just is. But see, a lot of people don't want to accept the truth because their feelings and their ego is involved. 2, 3, 4 on the timer. Okay. A lot of people don't want to accept the truth. And that's what separates the chosen from the unchosen. The chosen seeks the truth. The people who ain't chosen, they don't. And this is why I say everybody is not chosen, because they're not. And that's the reason why. You have to want to do the work. You have to want to seek the truth. But see, a lot of y'all is seeking a God outside of yourself and then wondering why you confused, wondering why you going through hell, wondering why is my life like this? This can't be life. Yes, because you're out of your power, your divine nature. You're out of it. Now you got to figure out, well, why am I out of my power? Who has been taking me out of my power? What book I recommend? There was a book that I started off reading. It was about African spirituality. Look it up on audio books. That was one of the first books I bought. Another book that I bought was, I'm gonna have to let y'all know. I'll probably leave a post. Thank you for the gift. I'll leave a post on YouTube. Okay, I'll get me a little list together. But we have to be careful even with the books that we read a lot of times too, because sometimes what I learned throughout this journey is that there may be some truths even in the books, and it's not going to be a whole truth. It can still be a distorted truth. So we even have to be conscious of the books we read, and just the content that we consume and subscribe to, and things like that, and learn to discern what is the divine truth, okay, versus someone's just opinion. That makes sense. Like, just observe things. Get what I'm saying? Shout out to Miss Pooh. Thank you so much. Thank y'all. Appreciate it. Yeah, because it's a bunch of lies even in the so-called spiritual community. So we have to be careful even with that. Right. The Romans created Christianity, and we know what they was doing. If you don't, you better go look it up. Bromance. They created that. Bromance. They love their men counterparts in a very intimate way. That's why I tell y'all, look, take me to spirit. Take me to spirit. Everybody ain't gonna tell y'all to do that. Only people who are genuine at their core will tell you to take them to spirit, because spirit don't play. Spirit don't play. And I know what it is. I know who I am. I know who I am when I get off this phone. I know who I am when I'm on this phone. Say if them Christians will read their Bible, they would know the Bible is astrology, metaphysics, and esoteric. But they don't have the eye to see. They don't really desire the truth. They want to continue to cover up their bullshit and justify their bad behaviors. They don't want the truth. So they're never going to seek the actual divine truth. They're not. And they're going to try to convince you on why you shouldn't. That's why you can't even try to go back and save them, because don't save them. They don't want to be saved. Don't save them. They don't. Somebody asked me this the other day. How do you deal with, how do you basically save your family members after you wake up? You don't. If they want to keep hitting snooze, that's their choice. You said my mother made me look. Wait a minute now. Handsome type. He said, not religious, but you do believe in a higher power, and you are that power. You are that power. You are a source. You are a source. it's time to do some things. It's really time to do some things. Especially for the people that look like me and darker and our copper color people. Okay. Hey Monica. You say, wait a minute, did I miss Tiana? Let me see. Linda says, yes, that's Robin. Yep. You say, hey, but lady, I say, hey Malika, I'm still gonna get back with you, so don't even worry about it. I am. You said some argue you down when I say it was astrology. That's how you know they really don't be knowing what they talking about. My grandma told me that I was the devil because I believed in a third eye. And my grandma directly teaches against chakras. She directly teaches against it because somebody, some oppressor author book that she studied told her that it's evil to believe in your chakra system that you have in your body, that everybody has. She called me the devil. But see, that's what they're trained to do. They're trained to demonize any thought patterns outside of religion and indoctrination. They're trained. They're trained. Listen, thank you, Monica. I really, really appreciate that comment. That just really gave me so much confirmation, that comment. I thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. But love you too, handsome type. If only people knew how powerful. Right. Right. They want to keep us out of our power. That is the whole goal. They want to keep us out of our power. They want to keep us fearful. They want to keep us separated. The whole divide and conquer tactic is being used over and over and over and over and over again. Triangulating societies, communities against each other. Say what a horrible thing to say to me, a granddaughter. Yes, she did though. But see, I know it's not her divine self talking to me. Like when my grandma will, because I don't believe the same thing she believed, she's psychologically programmed to demonize me, to attack me verbally, and to bully me in a sense because I don't believe what she believed. I know that is not her divine nature telling her that. That is who that is the ego. That is the ego in which the societies and religion thrive on, and it's psychologically programmed those type of people to say those type of things, no matter who you are to them, and they will turn the other cheek to you. Psychologically, you're no longer attached to them. Like religious people really, they really will detach from their own family member, no matter who it is, based off the thinking pattern, if it's not the same. And I'm already knowing that, so I don't take it personal. I don't take anything personal. I don't take nothing personal, because if we did, we're gonna always be in a imbalanced emotional roller coaster. We always gonna be trying to fight for validation. We always gonna be trying to prove ourselves to people who don't even have the mental capacity to understand where you even coming from. They don't even have access to see truth. They don't have the access to the perception that you have. So that means that you are not responsible. It is not your business to try to convince a non-believer, a non-seer, on what's right and what's not. Because it's in their heart. It's in their heart space. Your heart and your mind is in cahoots, okay? Your heart and your mind is in cahoots. So whatever is in there is going to come out of here. So why waste time and energy and space on people like that? Why go around people who have a whole nother programming than you mentally? They don't have the mental capacity. That's why they act so childish when they hear the truth and they get fidgety. They want to get up. They want to put you out. They get mad. They want to fight you. They want to cuss you. Why you think they do that? Even in their Bible, God told them, I'll come visit you in every generation. But when the truth comes, because that's what it's talking about. When the truth actually come and visit the generation, they deny the truth. Why is that? Because they looking at you like you just my granddaughter. You just my sister. You just my cousin. It's always a generational curse breaker. It's always an empath. I just seen that in the comments. It's always that one person that had the sword of truth for the family to break them curses, and they deny the truth. In the Bible, it say, I come at your door and I knock. I knock. You won't let me in, though. Basically, that's what it's saying. You don't want to accept me. Who is truth? Source is truth. Source is truth. But church people and religious people are so judgmental that they judge the truth on the frame in which it comes. They want to judge you because they want to judge you even though you're the bearer of truth, but they judging what they see because all they can see is this 3D. They can't see nothing beyond what we physically see. They don't know how to see beyond. They don't. They don't know how to see it. They believe I got to see it to believe it. They got to see it in order to believe it. They lack discernment. They lack discernment. They don't have access to discernment. Discernment is a gift. The only way to access divine discernment where you are able to perceive and have perception of truth is if you're truthful with yourself and you're going within. Going within is the only way out. You can't go within if you start from the outside. Oh, I'm going to make sure I have money. I'm going to make sure I got me a nice, nice things. I'm going to make sure, they try to cover up all of their demons and shadows with things and materialistic gains. And, I'm a preacher, with different titles. I'm an evangelist this. What Annette call herself? What her son call her? Motherfucking evangelist Annette or whatever the hell she called herself. They all do this. Titles, things, anything to keep them from facing themselves and looking in the mirror and seeing themselves and going within. Then they're going to wind up coming right back to this realm and doing that shit all over again, till they decide to go within yourself. That's the whole concept of know yourself. Know thyself. How do you do that? You go within and you be honest with yourself. You be honest. You start to pay attention to your own habits, your own thought processes, your own beliefs. Why do I think that, dealing with an older man is normal? Or why do I think that whatever your family normalized, because we all got something in our families that was normalized that we didn't think twice about because everybody did it. Question everything. Question yourself. Question everything, everybody. This is why I say everybody is guilty until proven innocent. I mean that because I encourage y'all to critically think and ask questions. Allow people to show you who they are. Don't just automatically assume. See, the system tells you they're innocent until proven guilty. Well, what happens if you can't prove that they're guilty and they're actually still guilty? What happens then? Because a lot of our family members are guilty as all get out. And we don't question it. No, we need to question it. We need to allow things to surface and question everything. I can't stress that enough. That is what awakened me right there. The fact that I started to question things. And I detached myself from those things. Thank you for the gift. Thank you. I like to put y'all up there. Thank you. Yes, she said searching high and low on that inner journey is where it starts. It is where it starts. Yes. I covered the Willie Lynch on my TikTok. Okay, maybe we need to revisit that one day again so we can see the patterns, because the proof is in the patterns. And a lot of times people don't want to deal with slavery. Oh, slavery, that was beyond our time. I don't want to talk about that. What they got to do with right now? Everything. Everything. The oppressors literally exploited everything about your natural way of life. They literally exploited everything about your birthright as an indigenous being. Everything that is in opposition to natural law and order was exploited and is still currently being exploited right now. And we call them systems. We call them jobs. We call them politics. We call them justice systems. We call them school systems. We call it marriage. We call it family. We call it all these different systems is what's created by the oppressors and the forces of deception to keep us deceived, to keep us out of touch with source, to keep us in our lower nature. Programs to keep our minds definitely programs. It's been a psychological war going on the whole time. While you down on your knees praying to a God that's never going to serve you. That's never going to come serve you. That's never going to come save you. It's been a whole psychological war going on and you've been getting your ass whipped. Because you don't even know what you're fighting up against. Don't even know what you're fighting up against. Y'all got to know who the enemy is. Y'all got to know. We got to know. I had to learn. I realized I was getting my ass kicked in the spiritual. Like in the spirits. Like what? No, something wrong. Something going on. I need answers. I need answers now. That's how I was about it. How serious are you? How serious are you to get the truth? To not be a slave mentally? What are you willing to sacrifice? A lot of people not willing to sacrifice nothing that they can physically see and touch because why? They identify with the things that they see. They base their whole personality off the things that they see. So it's a sacrifice. It is a sacrifice. Everything that you choose to do in life requires a sacrifice. Be it good or bad. I mean, sacrifice could be a good thing or a bad thing. Do it serve you or do it do you a disservice? What are you willing to obtain knowledge and truth? Are you really willing to go against the grain? Are you really willing to walk this walk by yourself with nobody around? Are you really willing to stand alone a lot? Are you willing to be demonized by the people you love the most? Can you handle the people you love the most all of a sudden not want nothing to do with you, talk about you like a dog, call you crazy, say you on drugs, call you a witch? See, this is how I be knowing that a lot of people that claim to be conscious don't really be conscious as they say they is, because they don't never talk about their struggle. See, with true spirituality, it requires a sacrifice, and it requires experience to gain the necessary wisdom and knowledge. It goes hand in hand. See, what you have is a lot of people in the spiritual community that obtain knowledge at a rapid pace, and then they forget that you got to have experience and initiations to go hand in hand with that knowledge. This is why I say question everybody and everything. Anybody can get a book, study that book, teach from that book, and it comes off like they really know what they're talking about. And they are seemingly basically like a guru. It will come off like that. But you will know a real person that's really spiritually initiated by the spirits, because you can't trick the spirits. You can't have ego in spirituality, not your Lord ego. You have to have experience to tame your ego. So then you will find that a lot of these conscious leaders be more money driven, be more into being popular. It will seem force, right? Fake prophets. You will know the real ones by their fruits and by their experiences. You will know, and it'll touch you on a soul level. It'll touch you in ways that you know is truth. And it won't be no second guessing. You won't be side-eyeing the truth. The truth is going to resonate with you. I side-eye gurus who don't talk about their experiences. And if they do talk about their experiences, it be very shallow. Because in this society that we're in, spirituality, it's not easy being a spiritual being in this society. It's not. It's really not. It's not all cookies and cream, walk in the park, walking on sunshine type of walk. It's not. Thank y'all. Look at my mind. That's my healing trauma ebook. If you want to purchase that, the link is in the description. Okay. And most of my videos, if you ever decide you want to get started with that, it's a comprehensive and transformative approach for healing at any point in your journey. Okay. Yep. And the truth will set you free. But I just really need us to start to realize that the spirits will initiate you. Okay. They will allow certain situations and circumstances to not harm you, but create a sense of humbleness within you and elevation at the same time. It's not meant to break you. And this is why they allow experiences that seem to be negative, because we live in a realm of duality. You got to have the positive and the negative in order to ascend. Okay. So it's those very critical situations that bring about a paradigm shift when you have the negative with the light, or the dark with the light. This is why it's important that we practice observing in the situations that we're in, and not attached to the negativity or the the negative experience of that experience, and see it on a positive side. You have the ability to choose if you want to see that experience as a experience that's working for your highest good, or is working for your detriment. And as a divine being, we know that all things work together for your good. Okay, all things are working together for your good. No, it don't feel good when you're in it. No, it don't feel good when you're experiencing when you're going through lack of finances, when you're experiencing certain things in your life where you are not able to pay certain bills, or you're not able to make ends meet. Seemingly it seems that way, because the spirits want to see, what are you going to do? What are you going to do when your back seems to be against the wall? What choices are you going to make? Are you going to be able to keep your mind in a high vibrational type of mindset? Are you going to remember everything that you've learned prior to this ascension? Are you going to be able to apply that knowledge to that moment? Apply that wisdom to that moment? Or are you just going to stop? Are you just going to turn away from it? Are you just going to go back to your old ways? And I'm going to tell you now, once you get started with your ascension, there's really no going back anyway. You're going to have to get through it. So they challenge, it's almost, I'm hearing like, push you to the limit. They will push you to the limit, but not push you over the edge. Because they're building a warrior. They're building a warrior. It's no way around it. I'm hearing that song. Ain't no way around it. Ain't no way around it. Because divine cosmic law and order requires very strategic initiations. And that's seemingly what you're doing. Every time you ascend, you're being initiated to an even higher realm. You understand? Amazing Grace. I feel like I'll be at I was at my limit too, to be honest. I was at my limit too, but it's greatness that comes out of it. I promise you it is. Every single time I've ascended, it was always something great that came out of it. So you're allergic to chaos, drama, negativity. Look, yes. Any type of chaos that don't bring about a transformation for your highest good, it's there to tear you down. So yes, Tiana, and I try to explain this in a way where it's easily digestible, and it kind of speaks to your soul in a way where it confirms things for you. I'm also feeling like I need to address the ego, because that is the purpose of the spirits testing or allowing you to go through certain situations, to keep you at a certain level of humbleness because of the ego. Okay, so the ego does not coexist with divine nature, if that makes sense. Like, you have to have dominion over your ego in order to ascend. And a lot of times with people in a spiritual community, by them not being spiritually initiated to tame the ego and to create a humbleness within themselves, they think that they can bypass that part of the spiritual initiation, and their ego, because they lack the experience needed to tame the ego then consumes them. So now you got all of this knowledge with a bunch of ego carrying it out. That makes sense. You say we'll be 2 years on 2/15 of my son passing, and you're not doing well. I'm really sorry to hear that, Amazing Grace. And I'm not sure what I'm about to say is going to help you at all, but I do believe that we have access to people who have transitioned to the next realm, or the realm outside of this one. And have you tried to communicate with your son? I'm gonna ask you that first, and I'll wait for you to answer. You say it's an everyday struggle. Yes. But see, burying the ego, Linda, it's not an easy thing to do. It's not an easy thing to do, to bury the ego, because you are seemingly peeling back all of the layers that you've created since childhood to protect yourself in the environment that you were in, which means now you've become the ego, and the ego have become you, and it has been controlling and operating your life. So now you're going to go to war within yourself with this entity that you created, trying to survive. And if you're not careful, a lot of times people will wind up in spiritual psychosis because they don't know how to fight the ego. They don't know how to deal with it. They don't know how to deal with the new perception. They don't know how to deal with, being their authentic self. They don't know how to deal with that. Say, if you want to go, check out what I told you. Just had to. Okay. I had a funeral for my ego 15 years ago. And look, it's a constant thing. But a lot of people don't know how to get past that. He said, no, I do not know how to contact him. I feel like there could be some things that you may be overlooking where he's trying to communicate with you too, and you may not be paying any attention. So if you're seeing anything like synchronicities with numbers, or just certain things only you would know that will connect you to your son, then maybe you should just kind of hone in on those moments and really feel what you're feeling at those moments, because I feel like our loved ones who transition do communicate with us. You just have to really pay attention. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Because energy transfer, we're all energy transfer. So when we do transition, that energy still exists. So your son still exists, basically, is what I'm saying. Yes. And see, with the ego being very poisonous, what system do y'all think thrive off the fact that most people are operating from their ego? All of these oppressive systems. They purposely create traumas for you in childhood so that then your trauma could always be triggered to create fear energy that they can siphon from and keep doing it over and over and over again. Over and over and over again. These people that is the so-called the elites and the ones that's over everything, they're sick individuals. They're sick. And the fact that they used to eat indigenous people, y'all. I feel like this live going everywhere, every which way. Maybe somebody need to hear what I'm saying. Whoever gonna catch this replay, maybe it's something that I said that you needed to hear. Because again, I follow spirit. You say they really do. You say I communicate with my loved ones often since I was 4, never afraid. Right. And see, that fear will keep you from not seeing the signs. So, just learn to not be so fearful and just accept the synchronicities. You know what I mean? Like, maybe ask for a sign that only you would know that it's them. Start with something like that. To say, I'm still learning myself. ICE is helping me to our people called there. Yeah. Yes. Yes, amazing. Absolutely. Because they absolutely will communicate. You say they made shoes out of the skin, which they were red about. And the fact that they used to eat us and probably still doing this to this very day because they wanted to inherit our superhuman powers is beyond me. So I just got here, F. You come in. You're so funny with this comment. You say I just got here, F. Shannon and her sense of security. I went back to the beginning and got caught up. If Shannon didn't like you, she should have went home. She wasn't abused. She wasn't ambushed. She was asked to leave. Yeah. I guess the guy was asking her to leave for a while. And she don't want to. She used to being right joined at the hip with her sister. So she kept saying, my sister said I can be here. My sister. Right. But see, they're thinking of what a Christian is and are thinking of what a Christian is. Christ consciousness is different from what they think Christianity is. Christ consciousness. What does Christ consciousness mean? That means you are in alignment with source energy. We do eat and be in a way that is in alignment with the universe. Scorpio, that part. But yes, so much. It's so much that I be wanting to say. So much to you all. Yep, divided and conquer for sure. So back to this. Let me read something for y'all. I wonder if I should share my screen or not, or just read it to y'all. Y'all want to see what I'm reading, or y'all want me to just share it? Just say it. She says, Amazing Grace. I understand that so well. That's my first one. That age he was treated. Everyone healed. Yes, we almost had the live goal, y'all, with the donations and super chats. I think the goal was it 20 to my mods? Was it 20? We almost there. Yay. Thank y'all. So, okay, you went two. Yeah, it could be the water in me. The water sign in me. Oh, we passed the goal. Thank y'all. It say 16. That don't mean stop though. Yes. Okay, y'all want to share it was something that I looked up on online, or this is Chat GPT right here, but I will share this with y'all. Okay. So I think this is really important. She said a gallon of water a day. You know what? I really need to get on that, because it was a time where I was drinking my gallon of water a day. It might be half that now, but it's okay. I'll do better tomorrow. You say it says different. Oh, wait, what did it say? Maybe it's because they didn't actually click the goal option. They were just donating. So what do it say to you? Black Girls Lost. What do it say on your end? Hey, Lady Love. All right, so what we got here is, damn, y'all can't even see that. I wonder, let me copy this and put it on a different screen. Or I'm going to put it on something else so it can be a little bigger. First off, I would recommend my ebook, Boss T. That link is in the description. But I also said any other books that I recommend, I'm going to have to make a post about it, so I can kind of go back and see the books that I started off reading. But just be very mindful, very observant, and careful when you read anything, okay? And practice discernment. Don't take anything you read for face value. Ask Spirit to guide you to the divine truth, so that you can see through the fuckery and the bullshit that people even put in books, okay? Oh, they have to be yellow super chats. Okay, so 10 is still okay. I see what you're saying. So we need 9 more yellow super chats, y'all. 9. I see we got 1. Thanks to Stanford Mom. We got 1. Can we get 9 more? It's 491 of y'all in here that helped me meet my goal. I appreciate you so much. Okay, so I got it switched over, and I'm going to share this. Yeah. Gotta be careful. Gotta be mindful. All right, can y'all see this? I'll just make it the screen bigger. Hold on. And this is why, like, even with this Naziah Harris case, I feel like they want to silence everybody and keep the community quiet. They don't like the fact that we're speaking up and we're pretty much like on the same mind frame when it comes to this Naziah case. Okay, they don't like that. They don't. So now what they do? They try to silence everybody. Start sending people to jail. I didn't click the wrong thing. Okay, so basically what this is here. Have I read Her Story? I haven't read a book actually called Her Story, but I am very familiar with Her Story. So this is why I'm bringing this up to the collective right now. Okay, so this says elites. Can y'all see this? Can y'all see that? Shout out to Batman. Thank you. Because they don't like when we be in unison with our thinking patterns. They have a system of divide and conquer, boss T. When we start to think alike, shit start to move, right? Shit start to change. They don't have power, dominance, and control over the masses. When we start thinking alike, we start making real changes happen. They don't want to lose their power, which is an illusion to begin with, because you're stealing power from the collective by way of torture, dominance, and control. That's an illusion of power anyway. But a lot of people are afraid to challenge the systems because they're afraid to lose their livelihood. They're afraid to lose, whatever materialistic gains they have gained from this system. They're afraid. But when a situation happens like this, where it hits us personally, we start to connect and become like a hive mind, if you will, and we start to think alike. And that's where change happens, right? So this right here, what I have on the screen, it says, my question was, let me get y'all my exact question that I asked to obtain this very specific answer right here. I was researching, how would the elites create propagandas and crimes against children and vulnerable people to siphon energy? Okay, that was my question. Now I know I would know the answer. Okay, just me personally, but I wanted to have it in a way where we can read it together. Okay, and I ain't making this shit up. This is what the internet will tell you. Okay, so it say elites who operate in the shadows of power, whether in politics, finance, media, or secretive organizations, have long been accused of orchestrating crimes and propaganda that target children and the vulnerable for control, profit, and even energetic siphoning. A concept found in spiritual and occult theories. But see, our natural way of being was not to exploit anybody. It was not to energy siphon from anybody. See, what they did was take our natural spirituality and our natural occult knowledge, which is simply hidden knowledge, and it's hidden knowledge for a reason. They took that knowledge, twisted and distorted that knowledge, and used it against the masses to create a power and control over the masses type of dynamic. So it says this type of system functions as a dark energy exchange. We see a lot of this going on. We see a lot of this going on the internet, with media, with politics, finances, all over the place. Okay. So this is a dark energy exchange where trauma, fear, and suffering become tools of manipulation and power consolidation. Consolidation. So here we have at number one is Yes, that's just it. That's what I'm getting at. That's exactly what I'm getting at. And this also ties into the fact of when I said that this is an operation. This was orchestrated um, by the elites. Okay. I'm glad it's only about 488 people in here because they probably try to shut me down if I say too much. But I hope y'all picking up what I'm putting down. Okay. So, and then I'm going to go break something else down for y'all too. So, psychological warfare and trauma-based mind control. Okay. So you got children and the vulnerable are particularly impressionable and can be conditioned through trauma and fear-based programming. Okay. So this is evident in mainstream media and entertainment industry. Notice how they be very, very vigorous in their approaches to our children and the type of content that they push to our children to traumatize their mind and to get them almost like prepped and primed to be psychologically manipulated and controlled by way of psychological warfare. So it says through TV, movies, music laced with dark symbolism, subliminal messages, and hypersexualization of youth. Then it says education systems and indoctrinations. So that's rewriting history, pushing identity confusion, and teaching compliance over critical thinking. I told y'all they very strategic with what they do. They don't want you to be a free thinker. They don't want you to be a critical thinker. Why? Because you challenge their illusionary power structure that they think that they're entitled to. Mm, 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 mm. So then it say desensitizing to evil, right? So they will normalize disturbing imagery, violence, perversion. So society becomes numb and exploitative. This is why people can't, when they desensitize humans, this is why we can't connect with other humans, because they don't look at you like a person that they should feel for and have empathy for and sympathy for. They don't feel like they should. Why? Because they're psychologically programmed to see you as an object and not a divine being. You say Mother Isis. Mother Isis is in the building, y'all. She's here. Okay. So it say these methods fracture the psyche of children, making them easier to control while harvesting their energy through emotional and spiritual trauma. Yes, mind washing the children. They are already working on our children before we have children. They about 2-3 generations ahead right now in present time. They are continuously working on washing the minds of our children. Why? Because it creates a enslaved minded society based off of fear. Number 2, ritualistic abuse and exploitation. This will be considered the dark occultism. It says throughout history, elites have been linked to ritualistic abuse, where the suffering of our children is believed to generate loosh. Okay, this is a term for spiritual energy that dark forces feed on. High profile human trafficking networks. And y'all still think this Naziah case wasn't about no human trafficking? It absolutely was. And I'm going to tell you exactly who did it when we get done with this. Organizations that move children globally under the guise of adoption, orphanages, and charities. Now y'all see why I say taking them children up out that house wasn't necessarily the best thing. They probably gonna experience the worst shit they ever experienced in their fucking lives. Because they went from one unsafe place to another. Trauma on top of trauma. These systems don't seek to get our children mental health and stable mentally. They need you to be mentally unstable to siphon your energy. It's all about energy. All of it. It's a elite pedophile rings. Did we not say this was a pedo ring going on? I'm here to tell you this was a ritual, right? This was a ritual. Everything was strategic. And I told y'all it breaks down numerically. When I broke down the numbers, it makes sense. Numerically and based off colorology. Everything about this Nasiah case. Very strategic, okay? So the elite pedo rings, documented cases like Epstein's network, where powerful figures are involved in systematic abuse. Systematic abuse, okay? Rituals and symbolisms. The symbolisms was all there over this Nasiah case as well. You say DHS, foster care, the school system, all of it is connected. Every last one of these systems is connected. And guess what? Them systems connect to another system. All of these systems, it's like an inner ring. A ring within a ring within a ring until you get to one small ass ring where it's about 5 people tops that's controlling the whole thing. Who really got a hold to Marc D and Roxy over at that house? One of them so-called elites within that ring, within that ring, within that ring. That's who got a hold to it. It was beyond the police force at that point. I'm talking about the person that the police force got to answer to, who they got to answer to. You get what I'm saying? It's a ring. Multiple rings within rings. They ain't get quiet for nothing. And it ain't got nothing to do with the police department. It's who the police department answer to, and it's who they answer to. Now, it says many elite gatherings. So you got the Bohemian Grove, the secret societies involve occult practices that mirror ancient rituals linked to energy siphoning. Now, see, we weren't doing no energy siphoning in our ancient practices. It was not about no energy siphoning, because we believe in a cosmic law of reciprocity. They don't believe in a cosmic law of reciprocity. They believe in energy siphoning, and then they learn how to master the art of escaping. So they think karmic debt. When you can't escape that. But instead, what they do, though, is they make societies with an S their scapegoats. And then we take the blame for their karmic debt. Or we are the ones that carry out their karmic debts. And a lot of times people don't know that's what's going on. Don't let that go over your head, y'all. Okay, so it say by subjecting children and the vulnerable to trauma, they are believed to be energetically harvested, while those in power gain deeper control over global systems. They trying to gaslight us right now. They literally trying to gaslight us right now. Ran by a bunch of narcissistic systems. Malevolent, deceptive forces. I can't even get the word out quick enough. Malevolent, deceptive forces. So number 3 would be creating savior, quote unquote, narrative to tighten the control. Who came in as a savior in this case with Nasiah? Who do y'all believe came in as a savior in this case? Don't all type at once. Look, has to be fed children. Exactly. Knee deep. He said, it's crazy. I'm 34 and I'm just now trying to heal my childhood trauma and use my God-given power while raising my 18-year-old son, 3 daughters. Listen, as long as you decided to make the change, this is not a race. It's a marathon. So we support you. We support you, Miss Keela, for even taking the accountability. There you go, Tay. It was Mark and Roxy. There you go, Sheena. Y'all critically thinking. I like that. And see, we're not seeing it we're just seeing it from a higher perspective by calling it how we see it. It's not to demean Mark or Roxy. It's not to, it's not to paint that picture, but I want y'all to see how these systems operate and how they will always create a problem and then a solution, quote unquote, as well. And then they'll have a savior come in and save the day. That's all I'm saying. It says after orchestrating, because remember we say this was a strategic operation. So after orchestrating or allowing these atrocities, the same elites often set up saviors to push laws and systems that increase their power. Is not Roxy at this present moment trying to get a law changed? Now, what we need to figure out is how exactly would this law change actually help the collective of people that will be in the divine law and order and not the opposition? Because we just read that they push laws and systems that will increase their power. They don't change laws for nothing. They created these laws that we follow. I love y'all thinking. I love the way y'all think. Okay. It says expanding surveillance and AI monitoring. Okay. So using child protection as a reason to justify constant data tracking, censorship, and control. They will weaponize social movements. While awareness is good, movements are sometimes co-opted by elites to distract from deeper crimes. So they use it as a cover-up. They use it as a cover-up. Say the notion we are behind is part of this matrix, right? When it's all divine time and once we tap in, we are just living this human experience. Everything on down to Nasiah at this, let me, I don't want to sound insensitive when I say this. I just know that this whole Nasiah operation was very strategic and very much so on purpose. Okay. We right here at control opposition. So appointing leaders in anti-trafficking movements who are connected to the same elite networks they claim to fight. So they will create a war and claim that the other people, oh, they threw their hand, they hit me first. So now we gotta go over there and fight them. And now it's a war. When whole time they was probably the ones who started the war to begin with. But they just want to have a reason to go and kill masses of people so that they can maintain power and control because they're sick. They're sick. You said, look how long it took to arrest Jarvis alone. They didn't care because it wasn't about that. They wanted to get the community in an uproar. They wanted to get the community back. They wanted to use the trauma of the community to energy siphon. How many people have we seen say that this Naziah case has triggered them in such a way on a personal level? It triggered their trauma. Remember, I say the matrix has to trigger and traumatize the child in childhood in order to continue to have power and control over the masses. Most people don't heal their trauma. Most people think that the more materialistic gains they get, they are somehow healed, or they forgot about it, or they have some type of cognitive dissonance from the trauma, and they think that they don't have to deal with it. Meanwhile, these systems is siphoning off of their dark shadows that they refuse to face. So they got, it's a term called Hegelian. I think I'm saying that right. You see it right here. Hegelian dialectic, right here, light in blue. I'm sorry. Let me calm down. Highlighted in the blue. Okay. This is basically a problem, reaction, and solution. They do this over and over and over again. They create the problem. They know that what the reaction gonna be, because they know that most people are not healed, or they don't know themselves, or they think a savior is coming to save them. They have God complexes. Okay, so they're waiting for the systems and societies to come and save them and do something to create the solution. They know this problem, solution, reaction. Okay, so this system ensures that power remains centralized while the masses unknowingly support their own control. They unknowingly support their own enslavement, is what that is saying right there. That's why you got people that come in here that argue me down about a Christian and a Bible. That's why. That's why. Because they want to they want to protect their enslaved mind. Spirit always bring Harriet Tubman to my mind when it comes to this enslavement of the mind. When she was trying to free the slaves, do y'all know how many slaves turned around and went back to their slave master because they didn't know how to, they couldn't fathom the thought of being free? They were so codependent on their slave owner that they couldn't even see themselves free. People still do this to this day, y'all. Our people are still going back to the slave owner today. You tell them the truth, they want to fight you, stab you, kill you, cuss you out, disown you. This document, I could, if you send me a message on TikTok or something like that, I could send you this document, no problem. Okay, y'all, it's like me even reading it out loud just give me a whole nother perspective again. Like you try to save them and they want to go back. No, I can't cross this bridge. It's too tough. I don't know how to live without my slave master. Master gonna feed me. Master gonna clothe me. I don't even have no clothes or no foods to eat. Sometimes you might gotta push a meal back to get to the promised land. And I ain't talking about the promised land in the Bible. The promised land is within you. But you ain't gonna get there because the slaves the The spirits is the gatekeepers, and I promise you, you got to be mentally free to enter those pearly gates. You got to be mentally free. I'm trying to tell you. Telling you what I know. And I know shit I Googled. I know this. This is actual factual. Okay. So number 4, it says the spiritual and energetic harvesting theory. Say many spiritual traditions warn of dark forces that feed off human suffering, particularly from children. Okay, so you got the adrenochrome allegations. So basically, the adrenochrome allegations are a controversial theory, suggests that elites extract fear-induced chemicals from children for rejuvenation and ritual purposes. It reminds me of that movie Monsters Inc. Y'all know how they was going in there scaring the children, and then the fear numbers will go up. You know, the more scared the child was, the more energy they got from the children. And they used that. What did they use that energy for? Whatever they used it for, they used it. That was the whole point. Okay. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that movie. I ain't watched it in a long time, but I know they was harvesting them children energy by way of fear. So fear as a frequency, trauma, fear, and pain emit low vibrational energy that entities and power structures may thrive on. We keeping these structures alive by not healing our inner child. Can y'all see my finger clap? We are collectively contributing to these deceptive structures by not healing our inner traumas by way of our child within ourselves, okay? By way of fear. Because when we're not in a state of mind of fear, the structures and systems fall down. They don't exist. It's an illusion. False evidence appearing real, that's what that means. Fear creates false evidence that appears to be real. You are following a false illusion if you are allowing fear to control your reality. And these dark forces, they just hold up the structure, but as long as you're fearful, they're just holding the structure up. But you have the power to break it down. We have the power to break it down. Soul fragmentation. Woo! Soul fragmentation. Because when they cause trauma to happen to us in our childhood, seemingly what they're doing is fragmenting our soul. They're creating fragments within our soul that then allows trauma and fear to thrive. This is why our matrix family dynamics exploit us as children, because they need our souls to be fragmented, just like their souls are fragmented, because they project exactly what they are within themselves onto the child. And that's how those dark forces are able to come in and possess the human body by way of the fragmented soul structure. So it says when children are subjected to extreme suffering, their energy can and will be siphoned, making them easier to manipulate long term. Long term. She says when my grandmother died in the 80s, we all met up at her house. I watched them pillage at her house for her jewelry, furs, everything. The most prized possession my grandmother owned to me, they left. That's what they do. That's what they do in this system. That's exactly it. So it says breaking the cycle and protecting the innocent. To combat these dark tactics, awareness is the first step. Society must educate and empower. So we teach discernment so people can recognize manipulations. We open our mouth. We exercise our throat chakra. Okay. We heal ourselves from the root chakra up so that our throat chakra can be fully activated and we can speak the truth unapologetically, non-fearfully, authentically. That is the way to expose these malevolent dark forces. The truth. Sounds simple, but a lot of people don't want to speak the truth or receive it. But that's the only way to destroy it. Remove dependence on corrupt systems. So we need to decentralize education, media, and government authority over our children. These are our children. They are stealing our children. They are the criminals. What I say, who's the real criminal? Over here on Spiritual Detective Channel, who's the real criminal? Who really stealing our children? Who really siphoning our children's precious and pure energy? We have to practice raising the collective frequency. We need to start promoting healing, protection, spiritual sovereignty. Spiritual sovereignty is key. Ashe. To disrupt the energetic harvesting. Promote healing, protection, and spiritual sovereignty. What is spiritual sovereignty? Do we have any answers in the chat? Okay. What is spiritual sovereignty? I'm waiting. Whew. Spiritual sovereignty means we have to learn to take back our power as sovereign beings, as supreme beings. We have to take back our jurisdiction over ourselves. Okay? The system have created a jurisdiction for us to follow. They have created laws for us to follow. And we have subjugated ourselves to these laws when our parents have signed over our birthrights by way of social security cards and birth certificates. They gave our power away when they signed our birth certificates and social security cards. They gave us to this jurisdiction that is a false illusion system. So when it comes time for them to summon us to court, to send us to prisons, okay, they can do that. Because why? They have sovereignty over us by way of law, birth, by way of social security card and birth certificate. Now, I ain't saying some of the ones like Jarvis don't need to be behind somebody's prison cell. That's not what I'm saying. But if we already were living in our sovereign state of being, there will be no need for this false law system that they call jurisdiction. We have to practice the freedom of the mind, liberty, autonomy. It is our birthright to have power over our own bodies, over our own thinking. Be independent minded. That is our birthright. And these systems exploit that independence and that autonomy, the individualism. They don't want you to be an individual person. They want you to be with the collective of traumatized and damaged people. Say, how can you move without a birth certificate? There are ways to get around it, but that's a whole nother topic. Okay. What I'm saying is we all have fell under the control of birth certificates and social security cards. We all have, because all of our parents have signed that right over to this false system. All of them. All of us. Yes. That will be it. You got to live off the grid, but you got to reverse all that. You got to reverse all of that have made you seemingly basically a slave to their system. Okay. But it's a process to go about that, and it includes paperwork. It is a way to get out of it. Okay. But I'm just telling you, how is it? I'm trying to break it down to you with how do these systems have power and dominion over us, and how they are maintaining that control. So our ancestors was on that to the white people. Yeah. I'm telling y'all, they took everything that was in our natural way of being, twisted it for their own gain, and now they have control over most people. Okay. So let me go back to my. So the more people wake up to how power operates, the less control elites have over all human consciousness. And this is another reason why these systems will also attack the people who are woke and who are trying to spread their knowledge and their wisdom and their, raising the frequency, and spreading awareness. These systems will create these operations to attack the chosen ones, okay? To humble them, to humiliate them, to demonize them. Why? Because they don't want us to influence other people to critically think, to realize that it's their birthright to be an individual person. It's their birthright to live off grid and to not pay for everything. Right? This is why these systems will attack us. Now, I ain't talking about the people that like Malachi Z. York did, okay? Where he was molesting a whole bunch of children, even though he considered himself a very knowledgeable, conscious leader, okay? But he was actually a predator. I ain't talking about them kind. He need to be where he at or in somebody's electric chair, okay? I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about the ones who is doing the spiritual work, who is not operated by their ego, who is claiming their shadows, who are healing themselves, okay, who are becoming alchemists that are disrupting the system for real and not working with the system at all. I'm talking about beings who are against slavery, period. Okay? So they will come after you. They will set up operations to happen. Okay? I know this to be true. I live this life. I know this to be very true. If you don't know a little bit of my story, go back in my videos before Naziah's stories went viral. Go back to my old videos with the little views on it and see what I was talking about. They will perform humiliation rituals on you. If they can perform this ritual on children strategically, don't for a second think that they won't set you up too. Don't for a second think that they won't set you up so that they can either imprison you, give you some type of criminal record, or, do to tarnish your name, okay? To destroy your reputation, put you in a position to where you lose jobs, you lose money, okay? But they can't destroy you. They can't destroy you. They can try to humble you though. And the spirits, they'll allow it to a certain point. They'll allow it a little bit because it's gonna build that warrior within you. It's gonna build you up. But they will try it. Because remember, you're a divine being. Nothing they do will ever destroy you. It will elevate you, actually. It will push you to that your highest timeline. It will keep you in alignment with your highest self. But they will think about it like in slavery when our ancestors were real, like, on plantations and things. What are the things that they did to humble our ancestors? They whipped them. They burned men, hung them on strange fruits on a tree. They hung our men in front of our women and children to humble the women, to put fear in the women, to humble the men. They did some very cruel things to our families. 444 in the chat. They did some very cruel things to our ancestors to keep us humbled, to keep us humiliated and fearful, to control us. The system today is using that same tactic by way of consciousness, though, by way of psychological warfare. Okay. And how will they do it? They will use their systems that's in place to humble you, control you, humiliate you. Right. Destroy your spirit. So you can lower your vibration back down. They don't want you to encourage nobody else. If you in low spirits, and they even said in the Willie Lynch letter, the object is to get the slave in low spirits. That way they can't think for themselves. That way they ain't critically thinking about nothing but surviving. That's it. So the system today is using that same tactic. They're using the same tactic by way of psychological warfare to lower your spirit, to lower your vibration, to keep you out of Christ's consciousness, which is your birthright. It is divine law and order, cosmic law. You understand? Say, let you write that down. Listen. Okay? Thank you, Spirit. I wasn't sure where this message was going to go, but it's going. It's going. The message is going. I love them little finger claps. It's so cute. But no, I've been on live for 3 hours and 33 minutes. 444 was in the chat too. This is really, really, really good. I was not sure how I was going to be able to teach these lessons. I wasn't sure how Spirit was working it out. I really wasn't, y'all. All I knew is I needed to keep posting. All I knew is I needed to keep speaking the truth. All they did when they sent me to county, when they set me up, when they had people attack me, when they trying to make me go to trial and fight for my freedom, knowing I got children, knowing I got kids that I need to take care of. All I knew is in this moment, right now, I have power and dominion over my mind, and in the present moment, I'm going to keep speaking the truth. Nobody's ever going to shut me up. And as long as I stay in divine alignment with the great mother, with source, there's no way I could fail. Source, the great mother will make your enemies your footstool every time. I promise you. Anybody that comes up against you, including this system, is going to fall. As long as I can help it and other truth speakers, which it ain't a bunch of us, but we here. As long as we can help it, the system is going to fall. Telling y'all, I'm sitting here right now with a tether on my leg for somebody attacking me. They attack me, but I still won't shut up. It's nothing they can do to make me shut up and stop and keep me from telling people the truth and how to fight against this system and the importance of thinking for yourself and critically thinking about everything. This is an illusion. This is an illusion. I promise you it is. Yes. Go listen to my story. And I have so many more to tell. I have so many more. But Spirit has me bring out certain stories and experiences that I had when it's time for whoever needs to grasp this message at that time. Right? You say you speak like this. You say you're awesome, Mother Isis. Thank you. Keep speaking the truth. Absolutely. I speak like this to my family. They can't stand. Listen, my family can't stand me either. But guess what? When we get on here, we love each other. So I don't give a damn. I don't care. I don't care. So many people have made fun of me at this time in my life. I lost 2 of my jobs. When this case started and I was attacked, I lost 2 of my jobs. You know, I fell back on my bills. That's why I had to create the GoFundMe. I got people that judge me. My own children, fathers, made fun of me to this very day. Just the other day, one of them sent a message to me saying, that's why you going through what you going through. Don't drop the soap when you go to jail. That's why you about to get evicted. All type of shit. All type of things. Why? Because I'm being me. And guess what? I know that they're agents for the Matrix. I know that they are not they're not critical thinkers. I know that they are being used to try to humiliate me, to break my spirit. And I won't let it happen because guess what? Spirit still allowed me to have a place to stay. I still got a place to stay. Everything might not be where it need to be exactly, but my kids in that room and they sleeping soundly. My kids ain't felt nothing. So to anybody that's been praying on my downfall, that's been watching me, and I know you be watching me because you screenshot shit and send it to me just so you can make fun of me. I know you be watching me. Just know that the great mother don't ever let her children go without. I'm always going to be blessed. We always going to be blessed in this chat. You better believe it. There's nothing you can do or say to make me think that I'm not a sovereign being by birthright. You can never shut me up. I don't care what you think you see. You can never shut me up. But I'm telling you, they will try their hardest to break you. They will. You said because of the way people love you, that's it, Keela. All I do is get on here and just be me. That's it. I'm happy that people can accept me for being me and I can accept y'all for being you. But see, people who don't know themselves and they mad that you know yourself, they get mad at how other people see you and then get mad when they can't change the perception of how other people see you. I've had people in my comments on TikTok talking about me in my comments, going to my followers' comments, commenting on their comments. I've had my followers have to create video responses to this person that was stalking my page to let them know that I don't feel like that about her. People that I never met in my life, in real life, but they can feel something on me that is divine. They have to. Just like I can feel it on y'all when y'all here with me. And I know I'm not alone. We are not alone. But they will try it when they see you elevating. They will try it. But remember, I told you it's a duality to this thing. It looked like I'm a criminal on paper. It looked like I'm going to be away from my kids. It looked like that because in order for me to evolve at this moment, it took for a negative, right, to shift with the positive to create that paradigm shift. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up now. And to all my haters that's been sitting back, linking up with the other haters, praying on my downfall. What T Grizzly say? They prayed on my downfall. They've been doing it. But on 10, I'm going to stand tall through it all. I promise you. Me and all 5'2" of me are going to stand tall through it all. I promise you. They love it when you suffer. All because you love yourself. All because you spread love and positivity to others. They hate that about you. I ain't going around abusing my children, mistreating people, treating people like they're animals. I'm not doing none of that. But yet you make me the target because you envious. That's what it is. They're envious of who you are. I have had people attack me. Neighbors attack me verbally, saying things to me out the way. I don't even know you. You watch me. You made up an idea of me in your mind, and then when I don't meet that idea, I'm the problem. And then they get it confused when they see a mother with children. Oh, you don't see a man walking in and out of her house. She must be weak. You don't know I walk with legions of spirits, huh? And to the ones that call me a witch, and my family has called me witches. Maybe that you witch. Go do some magic, you witch, or whatever. Yeah, I ain't got to, because as long as you keep speaking on the chosen one, you doing your own magic, idiot. I don't need to do anything to you. You're doing it yourself. Everything that they wish for you, I promise you. What's that saying we used to say when we was kids? I'm rubber, you glue. Anything you say to me, bounce off me and stick to you. Yeah, use it. Use that saying. I promise you. Everything that they wish for you, they are going to experience. That's just the way it is. She said, my life, every job I ever worked at, this be the problem. I learned to deal with it. Me too, at my job too. They be mad when you silent. They be mad when you don't gossip like them. They be mad, just mad about everything that you do. Your presence irritate them. Your presence irritate them because I was associated wrong place, wrong time. I would love to speak with you. I wrote and published a book when I got out. Oh, listen. I would absolutely love to talk to you, Miss Keela. Primordial. Listen. Shout out to the mother. Shout out to the mother. Be that energy. It bees that energy, y'all. And whose energy is it? Oh, y'all got it up right there. The great mother. They demonize the great mother, the creator of all of this. The creator of all of this. How dare you? Oh, no. I would never go against the great mother for nobody. Nobody. She takes care of her children. Say, Mother Ice, is you fine? I'ma stand tall. Look, all my kids almost taller than me. But it's okay. Oh, that's what I was gonna tell y'all too the other day. The other day, I had took a lift. It wasn't even that far. It was maybe like 15 minutes away. Okay. And I had took my daughter with me. And normally I take my oldest son with me, but it was a quick run and a quick run back. I'm thinking, just me and my baby, we could go and come right back. Wrong thing to do. This driver. Now, let me tell y'all something about these wicked energies. And I'm not going to read the comments right now because I want to make sure I say everything I need to say about this. These wicked energies, okay? They will come off like they're helpful, or like they want to get to know you. They want to start small talk and conversation, even smiling, right? The Lyft driver, he helped me put my daughter in a car, okay? But his energy was reading something different. When you got the discernment, you got the discernment, and it will never lie to you, okay? We all got it. Just believe it, okay? So we were driving, and it was a car that like was coming like this. Like, say the car coming like this, and we right here on this street. He jumps in front of the car, so the car like this behind him. The car kind of go around him because the driver slowed down, and he was trying to talk to me and tell me to buckle my daughter in or something. I'm like, she already buckled in, whatever. So the car went around him because he slowed down. Something triggered in that mind of that driver, okay? Because it was like from that point on, he switched. He switched. And he made it his business to catch up with the car, speed around this car. I'm talking about the speed limit was probably like 35 where we was at. He was doing like 60, 70. It triggered me in a way that I started to feel like my life was in danger, me and my daughter. Mind you, she did not have a car seat. And, I was holding on to her shirt like this, so I can make sure she tight or whatever in the seat. And I ain't say nothing because I knew exactly what he was. I immediately sent my son my location. My son replied and said, "Do you need me to call the police?" I told him, just hold on, because I knew I needed to get home. I needed to get home, y'all. But what I'm saying is, these spirits, they can't help but to show you exactly who they are. He didn't apologize for speeding that fast. My daughter wound up hitting her head on the side of the door. He didn't apologize for that. He was like a psychopath in that moment. He was a psychopath. Okay? All because somebody went around him. He made it his business to go speed around them. And it was, I don't know, we were speeding for the longest. And I remember, people who, Spirit said he was intimidated by my spirit. So that spirit wanted to intimidate me in that moment. You get what I'm saying? And then there was a time when I was like in a car with one of my exes. And the thing that he would do was he would speed a lot. Like say we on a freeway and I make him mad. I say something he don't like, rather. He would just start speeding out the blue. I'm talking about switching lanes, speeding to the point where I'm screaming and hollering, stop screaming. Stop speeding. Stop. But he wanted to scare me. And that was the exact feeling that I had when I was in the car with that Lyft driver. I said, oh no, this is not good. I got to get out of this car. But it was the spirit that he operates from. It was the spirit. And it's like, once you know this spirit that I'm talking about, it's like, when you are in the midst of it. And then he was watching me from his rearview mirror. I could see him staring at me from the rearview mirror. But I never gave him eye contact. I just knew he was staring at me. I could feel it. He wanted to see me react to what he was doing to me, and I never gave him the satisfaction. Why? Because I know we good. I know we protected. I know me and my daughter is covered. I know this. But I also know the attack that I was under while I was in that vehicle as well. I also know. And the fact that he even thought about speeding like that while I had my 2-year-old daughter in my car lets me know that he didn't give a damn about nothing. Nothing. Yep. You're not delusional. These spirits, they can't help but show you who they are in your presence because you are the frequency of truth. You are the frequency of truth. You know, Clint, Lynn, I meant to call, and I am tomorrow. I swear I am. Let me write that down. Because I need to call. For real. It was a horrible experience. Horrible experience. But I did not react in a way that he wanted me to because I felt like if anybody have ever been in a domestic violent relationship and you could feel like if you make any sudden move, it's going to escalate that altercation or that experience. So you may choose to not react in a way that you really want to react because it's going to make the situation worse. That's what that situation was giving me in that Lyft driver car. If I would have gave him the satisfaction or made him feel like I was fearful for my life or something like that, it probably would have turned things just off. So I reacted in a way where I didn't show no reaction. Because ultimately, these spirits want to get you off of your square. Ultimately, these spirits want to bring your vibration down. That's what they want. They only have access to low vibrational emotions and feelings. So they will literally do anything, and I mean anything, to get you off of your square. Even if that means putting themselves in danger. Because clearly he put himself in danger as well. Yeah, he did. He only cared about himself in that moment. And then, like, it was a white guy too. So it was like when I first got in his car, he like tried to play this loud rap music. And I don't know. It was just a very awkward, and nothing against anybody who's Caucasian. That's not what I'm saying. His vibe was just off. It was just off from the very beginning from me having any interaction with him. It was just off. You say you be thinking spirits be jumping at people. They do. That's what I was just talking about, Boss T, when I'm talking about the shadows of the unclaimed, the distortedness of the soul by way of trauma and things like that, and how society takes full advantage of your traumas and create these societies for us to follow by way of fear. Same thing. Those same shadows are the access points for these malevolent forces to take over the body and use the body to execute these plans, because it's all spiritual. It's all energy. It's all about the energy. Mm-hmm. See, Brenda must be one of the people that I've been talking about in the chat. You've been sitting here watching me with your weird ass. You probably obsessed, and you probably one of my baby daddies who be stalking my fucking page. Okay? I'm going to let you have your little quick moment, but I'm also finna block you too. Weird. Just weird. You don't have to watch me, but you choose to watch me. Yet you choose to, and see, they will try to attack you in the comments like Brenda just did too. To reshift the focus. to to energy siphon by way of cyber attacking to get you off your square. Yeah, just go back and listen if you want, Boss T. And I kind of break it down too. I think it'll be good for you to hear. You say you can read the room and feel people energy. Yeah, that's just it. That's just it. And those who get it, get it. Those who really get what I'm saying, y'all get it. And you not crazy. Especially being a person that observe things, and you a person that, like you say, read the room, and you pay attention to things. You pay attention to what people say, how they act, body movements, body language, right? You know you ain't crazy. You got more than one way that's going to show you exactly how a person is. So you're not crazy. What you're experiencing is real. Like, it's really, them people really doing what they doing. Trying to tell y'all. The shit gets deep. The shit gets deep. So one more thing before we get off here. I want to point out something that Spirit showed me earlier, okay? In regards to Naziah's name, okay? And I'm gonna ask y'all something. Let me show y'all something first. Hold on. You say, I'm a Scorpio. We can read a person. Yep, that's right. Let me leave that up. We sure can. Sure can. And like, I be doing, it's like, we can do it all at one time too. Like, I can read what a person's saying, how they saying, the body language and what they're saying. Okay. Then you pick up on the energy all simultaneously, all at the same time. It's almost like I have the ability to just detect all disrespect. Like, y'all get what I'm saying? Like, the body language, the tone, the word choices, the mindlessness that a person has. It's like you can just pick up on the disregard that or disdain that they may have for you. Even though they try to mask it really good, it still don't be that good. Because you can see straight through the illusion. Libra, yeah. Yeah. And ultimately it all boils down to it all boils down to discernment. Say, let's go. Oh my God, it's been hilarious when they lie and say that's not what. Yes, they try. That's where the whole gaslighting thing come in, where they try to make you feel like that's really not what you picking up on. No, that's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was. So we be scanning the whole room, picking up energy. It be driving me. Yep, y'all. And when I be in the house for too long, I go outside. I was just telling my son earlier, like, I be forgetting how weird people are. I literally be forgetting until I'm quickly reminded that people are very strange. Shango lady is here. Yes, I'm also very empathetic. Yes, you feel everything. And see, they'll exploit that too within the child, right? They exploit the fact that you are empathetic. Your family dynamic will exploit the fact that you are an empathetic child, very sensitive to energies, and that you've been had the ability to read the room. But they make you feel bad and gaslight you and abuse you up out of the gift so that you can stop using it around them because they like their demons and they don't want to heal nothing. That's them spirits working through them. And that's what makes them a matrix agent, because they don't realize that they're upkeeping the very system that is their own demise. You're keeping up a system that is your own demise. That's what an oxymoron would do. So it takes an oxymoron to be able to become a matrix agent. Yep, they will exploit the fact that you do wear your emotions on your sleeve. And see, that's where the term come from, where people be like, well, I don't like this, but people say it all the time. Well, you attracted the narcissist. No, you didn't attract the narcissist. The narcissist targeted you. Why? Because they knew you was a wounded empath. They knew that you didn't know your value and self-worth. They knew that you had low self-esteem and you had very little to no boundaries, and that you really didn't respect yourself in a way that will help you discern what type of spirit this person is coming in that we call narcissist. So it's not that you attracted the narcissist. The narcissist targeted you because you lacked some self-love and self-respect within yourself. And what does that mean? Your boundaries needed to be stronger. You needed to get rid of that lack mentality. You needed to realize that you're more powerful than what your family told you you were. You say that twice a week. You was my whole time. What the fuck? I literally just came across you my days. 2 weeks ago, like, yes, we as empaths had to learn the importance of boundaries. And if you're not careful, your matrix family will try to make you feel bad for setting boundaries. Why? Because they love to be able to exploit your weak boundaries or lack of of boundaries. They no longer can manipulate you when you have boundaries. You're no longer a people pleaser when you have boundaries. You're being your authentic self and not giving a damn who like it. They can't do nothing with a person who think for themselves and not easily manipulated. My grandmother told me, it's like your boundaries are so strong. Duh, that's exactly it. Thank you. Because you can't play with me no more like you used to play with me. My family can't play with me like they used to play with me. My exes can't play with me like they used to play with me. All because what? I was giving them the benefit of the doubt because I'm an empath and I feel you and I want the best for you and I see your potential and I know you can be great. But do they know they can be great? Because they don't give a damn about being great. All they care about is being able to manipulate you, use you, and abuse you. That's all they care about. They can't do nothing with you when you got boundaries. Nothing. And they gonna hate you. And now they gonna make it their business to try to destroy you, but it ain't gonna work because you just gonna look at their ass and laugh like they goofy. Like you're goofy as fuck for even trying me. For even, and if I feel like if you got to gang up and create a gang stalking entourage, all y'all weak. Why do it take all of y'all to go against little old me? Huh? That's what you tell them. Why do it take all of y'all to gang up on me? Because y'all all weak. Even when y'all try to link up, you still weak. Don't bow down to no man. Don't bow down to nobody. That was for somebody in particular. You're welcome. You're welcome. Spirit say no. No. It's time to say no. Say, I'm speaking your life. Keep running to my phone. Don't get caught now. You say, now it's the boomerang effect. The hell you created for me is going, okay? Sit with it. You say, I'm the baby of a family of 7. I feel like you're speaking about my entire childhood. See, this is what I'm talking about, y'all. This how you know when a person is really truthful. When they can speak to a part of you, okay, that resonates with you on a soul level. That's how we know who our people is. That's how we know. Yes. Yes, heavy on the no. No, I won't allow you to walk over me. No, I won't allow you to hurt me anymore. No, I won't lay down and let you stomp all over me and do whatever you want to me. No, I won't be your punching bag. No, I won't be your emotional dump. No. Be the same ones that you ask to help you don't want to help you either. They'll watch you suffer. They will watch you sabotage yourself. They will watch you crash out and don't do nothing to help you. Because they're your enemy. They're your opposition. They are an agent for the matrix. And they hate you. Don't make excuses for people. Don't give people the benefit of the doubt. If they showing you that's who they are, believe it. A person that loves you will help you. A person that loves you want the best for you. They want you to be successful. That's what a person does that loves you. It's no in between. It's no gray area with that. And they will ask you for help. And it's like, how dare you? And you know, a part of me will want to help, but it's like, nah, I can't even do it. Because you sat back and watched me struggle and did nothing but talk about me like a dog. Thank you for the gift, Barb. They will watch you struggle, y'all. Not that they can't help you. Not that they don't have the money to help you. Not that they don't have the resources to help you. They just choose not to because it's you. Because it's you. Miss Sexy Ray, I thank you so much. You've been here the whole time. I don't know if the other mods here, but you've been doing the damn thing. Thank you. Thank all of y'all, all my mods. Thank y'all. I was asking myself the other day, like, how do the father of my child want to see me homeless, without a car, struggling, when I have his whole child? I have your child. And you want the worst for me because what? Because I didn't allow you to abuse me and I left you? I don't owe you no money. You owe me money, if anything. You don't pay child support or nothing. You owe me money. But yet you attack me. Yet you make me the target. I haven't done nothing to you. This how I know this be a diabolical fucking demonic entity operating through these people. How you gonna target somebody that you abused and mad that they left? Make that make sense. Not you mad at me for not wanting to get abused. These systems be the same way. I don't want to be psychologically abused, so I choose to free my mind. And because I choose to free my mind, now you want to attack me physically? Okay. Now you want to attack me financially? You said the killing part you be struggling. People get mad when you're trying to change yourself. They say they want the best for you, right? But be mad. Oh, they be mad you be doing it, Niecy. They be mad when you elevate. You said you wanted the best for me. Well, I lied. That's what they energy be giving. I lied. I just said what I thought I was supposed to say. I really don't want the best for you. And you will know just by how they support you on social media. They don't share your shit. They don't buy your shit. They just watch you in the shadows, hoping that nobody else see you and support you. That's why I got up on Facebook. I can't be on Facebook. Them people weird. No, can't do it. You say, why do I always wake up to you talking direct? I guess that's why spirit be having me come live when I come live. Seriously, y'all. You say great. Seriously. But we ain't struggle for nothing, because remember I told you that's the duality to ascension. Okay? We had to learn from those experiences. They were very necessary for where we're going and our alignment with the divine. I ain't talking about color purple. It was very necessary though. Very necessary. Because this is what the inner work does. It creates that inner knowing. See you, Stephanie. Thank you for stopping by. Chit-chatting with us. Okay? So, it's necessary. It wasn't in vain. Now, to the people that have not done the work and they've been sitting back thinking, okay? That's how you can tell who really be envious of you. Because remember, this 3D realm ain't really what it is, what we think it is, right? You know, the spiritual realm is what actually matters. Grand Rising. So to them, because they have a limited perception, when they see you struggling, they celebrate. Yay! She's struggling. Yay! Because they mad. But they don't know what's going on, what's transpiring in the spiritual, in the astrals. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know that all of what you've been creating to manifest for yourself is finna come to pass. And all that time they've been wasting, being envious of you and trying to sabotage you and create unnecessary delays for you in your life. Oh, how they finna eat that fruit. They planted them seeds and they finna eat that fruit. And then guess what? They finna watch you go all the way up. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. That's my song. Nothing can stop you because you all the way up. That part. Thank you for the gift. Who was that? Capricorn. She say, I'm not ashamed that I just learned no when I'll turn 40. Yes, because your family had you thinking that saying no was disrespectful. Respectfully, no. Is that better? Respectfully, hell no. You say it's okay. Please always put you first. Yes, you can't pour from an empty cup. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I had to learn that. All of my relationships, my past relationships, was draining. I was so stressed. One of my relationships, I remember taking anxiety pills and, I was depressed. I was overweight, eating my troubles away. That's what they want for you. They want you to hate yourself. They want you to not love yourself, not be proud of who you are. Be afraid to speak up. They don't want you to show up for yourself. Gotta be a weirdo celebrating somebody's what looks like their struggle. You celebrating somebody's struggle? I wouldn't even wish I would not wish an enemy of mine to ever be homeless. The same baby daddy who wished that he said that's why you gonna get evicted and all that. He got kids over there. I would never wish that he be homeless. He got kids. Now him, it's a different story. But I wouldn't wish that for, you know what I mean? We don't have that amount of hate and envy within our heart space. We don't. We don't. Thank you for the share to Facebook. I see you, Linda. You say you can't squeeze blood from a turnip. I get that saying now. You say the police let them know, leave our witness alone or you will be charged with threatening witnesses. You talking about the Naziah Harris case? You say you turned 43 a few weeks ago. Well, happy belated birthday. You say now that's a baby daddy, not a father. Yes. And the same system will say that it's okay to have your child around that parent. That's crazy to me. He don't love my child. And any parent that treat their children like that, they don't love their child. They use their child as a pawn to get to the other parent. They use their child as a way of escape, to project their bullshit onto that child, to lie to that child, to make broken promises to that child, to try to change the perception of how that child sees the healthy parent. But that same system will say, we do what's in the best interest of the child. That child needs to be around both parents. No, that child does not. If one child is detrimental to the mental health of the overall well-being of the child, then they don't need to be around the child. They don't. They need to be around the healthy, more stable child. Cosmic chaos, grand rising. But these are the systems that we have subscribed to, that our families have subscribed to, that we have been under the control of. They claim that they're for the people. They're not for the people. They're for them and their systems. They are the people, not us. Look up the word people in Black Law Dictionary. Find out who people is. That's what I encourage y'all to do. Start looking up words in the Black Law Dictionary so you can get the real meaning of what it actually means. Okay? That's where we can start right there. Do a little etymology. Do some, extensive research on words. If you're a person like me, you like to look up words and things, do that. Yeah, with love, they will pass. They will pass. But these are just the experiences, right? We just sharing our experiences. I'm sharing my experiences with y'all because somebody need to know. was spirit led on my heart to say, I just say it. I'm not ashamed of anything that I've been through or currently going through. I got people that try to make me feel bad about, starting a GoFundMe or making products to sell or putting my cash up. I'm not ashamed of none of that because I understand what my purpose is. And I also understand that we still got to live under this system right now. And that's just what it is. Right. So we can't be ashamed to ask for help if we need help. Especially when you have a family like mine that want to watch you struggle, don't do nothing for the most part, or do the bare minimum. Do the bare minimum when it comes to what and how they will show up for you. So what do you do then? You put yourself out there, you ask for the help, and you trust that the universe will get the help to you in divine timing. Yeah. Indeed. Whew. Drink some water, y'all. I've been talking for 3 hours. 4. Let me give me a little water. Grand rising to everybody. Thank y'all so much for being here. I appreciate all of y'all, the feedback, the comments, the shares, the likes, the subscribes. I'm telling y'all really did the damn thing with my YouTube thing. It took off so quickly. Thank y'all. It really did. I was only consistently posting for like 2 months and it just took off. So I really do appreciate y'all. Now, this is something that I wanted to show y'all. When y'all look at the name Naziah, okay? Now, please don't take what I'm saying in a negative way. I just want to show y'all what Spirit showed me, okay? So I'm gonna type in her name here. And this be our last thing. You say close my okay, Lady Leo. Okay. And then what you'll realize too, y'all, is that you have more support than you do people that don't support you. So, oh well. Go figure, right? Go figure. Okay. So when you look at the name Naziah right here, y'all. Let me see, make that bigger. Tell me a word that you see in here, in her name. So I still need your info. Cosmic Chaos. I tried to send you a message on TikTok, but it didn't let me send a message for some reason. Okay. And not sure what happened with that. That's it right there, Latoya. That's it right there, what I was looking for. And y'all right too with the y'all, but I'm gonna get into that. Okay, because yes. So we gonna go ahead and we're gonna separate that real quick. All right. This don't really matter, but that's how she spelled her name. So we just gonna leave that right there. Okay. But I noticed this earlier. And because I was asking Spirit, well, who performed this operation? Like, I know it's an operation, but where's the source of this? Y'all know everybody owned the United States but the United States, right? The fucking president really don't have no say so over the United States, but every other country do. Okay. So this ain't too far fetched for this to be an operation of Nazis. Okay, Nazis. I don't know why it's so difficult for me to say Nazism. Okay, right here. So let's say in this case, we're going to look up the meaning of Nazi in Germany or whatever, German language, right? So we get the exact definition. Say a form of hate, yes. Okay, so we know based off definition that, here, I'm going to just copy and paste this for y'all so we can see what's happening here. The term Nazi was originally a derogatory term for NSDAP, which stands for some shit I can't even pronounce, y'all, but I'm going to show it to y'all. I really can't even say this. I ain't even about to try to twist my tongue up to say none of that. Okay? It's basically a shortened version of this right here. Okay? A far-right political party in Germany. Okay? So y'all know about the Nazis, basically. That's what I'm saying. This right here, yeah, according to German, to German definition, okay? Because we don't deal with the German definition of yeah. I pulled up interjection. Yeah is another word for interjection. Okay? So seemingly what that says to me is that you said Hitler and Stalin were Nazis. Of course. So hold on, y'all. So I had pulled up interjection, but I know in most cases, yeah means yes or whatever, or yeah, way, okay? But it was something I had up earlier. Expressing disgust, expressing derision. Ultimately, it had meant interjection. So we're gonna go with that definition for this moment. Okay. So what's another word for interjection? Okay, so we can get more context on that word. Basically, a strong emotion, pain, introduction of something such as into speech or conversation. So if we, okay, so what I got from this was just a confirmation that we all know that this was an operation by way of Nazi, like a Nazi operation. No. I get what you're saying. I'm talking about in German. That's what I got. Okay. I'm focusing on that, Joshua. I'm focusing on that, and I'm focusing on the concept in which I've seen that this was an operation. Okay. Now, I understand that words are, they can mean different things. All words. Okay. All words can be interchangeable at this point. But this is what I picked up when I searched for it. Nonetheless, even if we want to erase this and not use it at all, okay, if that makes you feel any better, okay, but even with this part being in her name still speaks a lot to me, okay. So this is what I pulled up from that here is the occult and energetic harvesting and Nazism. So if we focus on Heinrich, figures like him, who were deeply involved in occult practices, the Nazis believed in hierarchical spiritual order and sought to manipulate life force energy. Okay. Loosh is what we spoke about earlier as well, through mass suffering and fear. We also touched on ritualistic trauma, but specifically the Holocaust, mass wars, crimes, and the enslavement of entire populations created an overwhelming amount of collective suffering and fear, which aligns with the theory of energy siphoning. We got the Lebensborn program. That's the Nazi selective bred children under strict ideology control, treating them as products rather than individuals. Some of these children were subjected to MK Ultra-like experimentations after the war. Nazi occultism, the SS, so that's the Schitzstaffel, was structured like a secret society, heavily influenced the Thule Society. These are a bunch of words, y'all. I don't know how to pronounce, okay, but I'll let y'all see it and y'all figure that part out, okay? So the Thule Society, the Vril Society, and the Ananarbe, all which study dark esoteric knowledge, human energy fields, and potential superhuman abilities. So human energetic field, so that would be like your Taurus field, okay? And then the potential superhuman abilities. What will be considered a superhuman ability? Being an empath is a superhuman ability. Being able to feel emotions, that's one of them. Having a sense of like a God-like mentality. I'm not potent. I'm omnipotent. God consciousness. To be a divine, angelic, spiritual, supernatural being. Okay? So, I feel like I had a burp, y'all. That will be your superhuman abilities, most of them. So the propaganda, mind control, and psychological warfare. Nazis perfected mass manipulation techniques that are still used by elites today to control the population. Media control. Joseph Goebbels, Nazi German's propaganda minister, orchestrated a vast media empire that brainwashed the population into accepting atrocities as necessary for the greater good. These mirrored modern. Okay, she said facts. Okay, this mirrors modern day media manipulation through false flags, controlled narratives, and censorship. Okay, so it says basically they will brainwash the population by creating atrocities. The population will accept those atrocities and believe that it's all happening for the greater good. Okay, so that's that mass manipulation technique by way of creating propagandas, mind control, and psychological warfare. Okay, then it say fear-based programming. The Nazis created external enemies like Jews, Slavs, communists, and internal enemies. Censors the disabled and the undesirables. Okay. So basically, to justify their extreme measures, just like today's elites use manufactured crisis to push their agendas. It says mass surveillance and police state. Now, we all know that the meaning of law enforcement is, it has something to do with mind control, just like government. Government means mind control. Law enforcement enforces that mind control. Okay. Mass surveillance and police states, that's the Gestapo and SS, usually an early AI-like format network. much like today's governments use mass surveillance under the guise of security. Right. So they use law enforcement and call it security when really it's just an operation. Really, it's just a system to push the government's operations. So you got Project Paperclip, the Nazi elite connection. So Nazism never truly ended. 444 in the chat. Thank you, Spirit, for this confirmation. It morphed into the structures of modern world. It is a malevolent intelligence that is continuously changing and morphing into a more malevolent intelligence system. They're constantly critiquing this structure, okay? So the Operation Paperclip after World War II, the USA and other Western nations secretly rescued thousands of Nazi scientists, intelligence officers, and war criminals, placing them in high-ranking positions within NASA, the CIA, and medical industries. MK Ultra and mind control experiments. The CIA's MK Ultra program was heavily influenced by Nazi human experimentation at Dachau and Auschwitz, transferring trauma-based mind control techniques into modern psychological warfare, such as child abuse in elite circles. Very strategic. Okay. Big pharma and eugenics. This is very important right here. Very important. Big pharma and eugenics. Nazi eugenics programs evolved into modern genetic manipulation, medical experimentation, and depopulation agendas seen in elite think tanks today. Nazi ideology in today's elite power structure. So it says the Nazi system was a prototype for global elite control where a small ruling class dominates the masses through fear, propaganda, and controlled suffering. Technocratic control. The Nazis were pioneers in using IBM and punch cards for tracking populations, an early form of digital surveillance, akin to modern social credit systems and AI-driven control. This is the whole reason behind AI right here. That's the whole reason behind it. They need to know how to psychologically control us and tailor it to exactly, I'm feeling like, you know, what we do on our phones. That's how they're able to continuously control us by the things that we indulge in and subscribe to. So we got to be mindful of things that we subscribe to and what we're feeding our psyche. Okay. It says medical and psychological war. The same pharmaceutical companies that work with the Nazis, okay, including their scientists, their pharmaceutical companies, the medical fields, all of that. The ones that create the biowarfare, the vaccines, the medications, your so-called doctors, all of them people was a part of this and still is. It says in biowarfare research that disproportionately affects children and the vulnerable. It says false savior figures, just like as Hitler framed himself as Germany's savior while destroying its moral and social fabric. Modern elites engineer crisis and then present themselves as a solution. They create financial collapses, pandemics, and mass censorships justified by protecting, quote unquote, the people. They're acting like they're protecting the people. Same thing with slavery, y'all. They worked the hell out of our ancestors and gave them a free day Sunday sometimes. Okay? They gave them a free day on Sunday. Sometimes they got a half a day on Saturdays just to give them a sense of relief from the horrors they experienced throughout the other 6 days of the week. Then they give them Sunday to relief. That way they won't think about anything outside of escape or becoming mentally free. That they just worried about, like how this says right here, like a temporary solution. Same thing going on now, but by way of propagandas and creating, pandemics and mass censorships and things like that. And, to the slaves, it was almost like that was they very temporary sense of freedom. And it almost made them feel like it was justified because they did get some type of freedom at some point. You get what I'm saying? So number 5, connection to child exploitation and energy siphoning. It says Nazis conducted horrific experiments on children, breaking their will and spirit. An eerie parallel to how modern elites traffic, experiment on, and manipulate children today. Joseph Mengele, the angel of death, conducted inhumane experiments on twins. That's interesting. That might be what damn Shannon and that Marquita up under right now. Which later influenced MK Ultra and trauma-based mind control techniques used to traffic children. This how I know Shannon and that Marquita know exactly what they was doing. I feel like they are possessed, y'all. I feel like them twins, something ain't right. Mass orphan abductions. Thousands of children were kidnapped from occupied nations and subjected to indoctrination, slavery, and genetic experimentation. Spiritual energy manipulation. The Nazis' obsession with esoteric energy fields, genetic purity, and suffering induced power transfer aligned with theories of elites harvesting fear-based energy, also known as loosh, through trauma. Loosh means harvesting fear-based energy through trauma, war, and child exploitation. Okay. So the conclusion here in this small segment of teaching, because this gets a lot deeper, a hell of a lot deeper. Okay. This is like the tip of the iceberg. Okay. Okay. So the blueprint for modern elite control. The Nazi regime was a trial run for global elite control, laying the foundation for 1, mass propaganda, media manipulation, and censorship. 2, psychological warfare, fear programming, and mass compliance. Number 3, advanced surveillance, AI-driven population control. 4, eugenics-based social engineering and medical manipulation. Number 5, child exploitation, trafficking, and energy siphoning for power. It says today, the same elite families, corporations, and secret societies that funded the Nazis continue to operate under new disguises, using same techniques to maintain control. What y'all gotta know is the agenda is the same. The tactic might have changed, but the agenda is the same. 444, I've been on here, and this is where I'm gonna end my live stream. It says the key to breaking free is awareness. Decentralization of power and spiritual sovereignty. I said that earlier, okay? Only by understanding their tactics can the masses disrupt the cycle and reclaim their power, reclaim their energy, their minds, and their future. The future is in our minds. We have the ability to tear down these systems right now. We need to start speaking up right now. More people need to know this now. A lot of people are not seeing this Naziah Harris case on a from a bird's eye view. They're not. And I just want y'all to know that I just showed y'all how I know that this was indeed a Nazi operation. It's even in her name. It's even in her name. I see so many confirmations in this case. I really, really do. I want y'all to start questioning everything. I really, really do. We really need to speak up and take the power back of ourselves, our children, the community. Okay. And I created a Patreon. If y'all like this type of stuff, y'all want to learn more about occult knowledge and even dark occultism and things like that, that's what I created the Patreon for. So if y'all join that, then I will have more teachings there. I will. I'm gonna have to upload something so I have something to look forward to. But that's what I created the Patreon for. If you click the link in the description, you will be directed to the Patreon. Okay, that's the sovereign community. That's the sovereign community where we're reclaiming our power, our sovereignty, and we are breaking out of all forms of slavery. Okay, that is what that community is for. If you want to join my YouTube membership, you can do that as well. I have memberships with YouTube. You can join that as well. But on the Patreon is where I will do more talking about esoteric knowledge and occult knowledge and, dark occultism for awareness purposes, and how we can educate ourselves and others on the actual factuals. Okay. That's where I would like to spend a lot of that teaching at on the Patreon. And where we can communicate directly there. We can communicate directly on the Patreon. Absolutely, Monica. Absolutely. We walk together. We walk side by side. Yeah, absolutely. You say, I would definitely be interested. Thank you. Okay. You say Mark had an AR on his shoulders. He had a dogma in his podcast. So, oh, okay. See, doing the most. Doing the most. Aleister Crowley, yeah. All of that. He flipped the ancient occultism as well and used it for his own gain. That Aleister Crowley. He was a whole you know what. So if this is your type of thing, I highly recommend y'all join the Patreon. See you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Please have a wonderful, blissful day. I'm finna get off here myself. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't understand why people still choose to use the teachings of those type of people that exploited our children and manipulated the masses and, our women and things like that. I don't understand. Just like with Malachi Z. York, I don't give a damn how good his teachings was, because some of it be truth, but a lot of it be lies and be used to exploit children and manipulate masses of people. Okay, I don't give a damn how smart Malachi Z. York was. He was a monster, and I'm not going to be the one to back up anybody that's a monster and that is counterproductive to society or the community. Thank you, appreciate you. Like, I've heard, and y'all, I really do like B Dale content. Y'all know who B Dale is? Highly informed, highly informative, intelligent man. Okay, but he referenced Malachi Z. York a lot, and that don't sit right with me. That don't sit right with me at all. Yes, peace, love, blessings, all of that. You say they praise the Baphomet, and I have my feelings about the Baphomet, but again, a lot of ancient symbolisms and things like that has been twisted and manipulated, um, and distorted for those malevolent forces that wish to control the masses and use that occult wisdom against the masses. Okay, but if you really understood what the Baphomet sign mean, it was actually representing as above, so below, you know. But you said Crowley is Jay-Z, dude. He love him. That's how I started uncover. Uh-huh. He think he's slick, like don't nobody know. We know. We know. You said, have I ever heard the story, Cropsey story? I'm gonna have to look into that. I'll write it down. Okay. Say that's true, Queen. They use the kids and children for their own power and manipulation, right? And I just read to y'all why they use them. They use children power, energy to for power, and to control people and to create off our fears and as a collective. No, we got to stop. We have to stop praising false prophets and conscious leaders because they seem knowledgeable in what they teach, and you're looking for them to dress a certain way and act a certain way. Malachi Z. York couldn't figure out what he wanted to be. He changed his religion so many times and named it so many different names and was hopping from state to state, country to country, taking children from their parents. He called himself creating some type of fucking Egypt palace and all. No, no, no. You say I know who B Dell is, and he started rubbing me wrong. Wait for it. Yeah, and I watch him with caution. I really do. I don't like that he referenced Malachi though. I do not. And he will say free the great Malachi Z. York. The great. He hurt our children. What you mean? He was nothing great about him. Nothing at all. Nothing was great about that man. And then he got up in court and took a plea. He didn't try to fight the case at all. And y'all want to create websites that's for people to sign petitions to get him out of prison? Then then Malachi Z. York had somebody try to write the courts and say that they didn't have no right to charge him because he wasn't a resident or he wasn't a citizen of the United States. Oh, not that I didn't do it, but I was not a citizen here. I was a citizen overseas. Excuse me? He never denied the charges. He never disputed the charges. He never did nothing. He took a plea. And y'all still want to say free Malachi Z. York? I think not. He's guilty. That man is guilty. You said that's like Donald Trump being voted back in after all he's done. Huh? Yeah. Trying to change laws and to fit their narrative, their delusions. Nah, I don't care who it is, Jessica. It's like, If they are fraud, they are fraud. And I say names. If they are fraud, they are indeed a fraud. And they're a disgrace. And people need to know. And basically what these conscious leaders do too, I'm gonna say this before I go. All they do is take the fact that people still suffer from that God complex and they're looking for a savior. We just read about that, did we? We just read about, what did it say? Creating savior narratives. They will take that same Nazi tactic and implement it in the so-called spiritual and conscious community. That's why I don't even want to use that name. I don't want to associate myself with spiritual community or conscious community. I'm gonna call my community the sovereign connection or the sovereign, why? Because we're aiming for a divine alignment in my community. I'm not looking to exploit your savior God complex and make you worship me and look at me like I'm your savior. No, I'm looking for people, like she say, to walk beside me. To walk beside me and know who they are and know that they're a sovereign being and that I can trust your discernment. Not no congregation of people and I'm acting like I'm the God of this congregation of people. I don't want a bunch of non-thinking people around me. I need people that think, that use their ability to critically think on situations to be in my and this here sovereign connect. It do make you wonder why he support him like that, and he is intelligent. That it does. It's like, what connection do you have with this man? Was you one of his was you one of his what you call it? What people, I can't even think of the word right now. Like one of his trainees or something. I know for a fact that Malachi Z. York taught that guy who went to jail that had all the wives and he had the wives fighting each other, that his name right on tip of my tongue. Him, that Pharaoh dude who hate black women, him, your students, yep. A lot of the so-called leading people in the spiritual community that we know by names that's familiar were students of Malachi Z. York. That speaks volumes to me. Nature Boy, that boy Pharaoh. I recently seen Pharaoh on a live about a few weeks ago. He blocked me from his page because he was on there saying how he hate black women. And I told him he got mommy issues and he need to go heal. That's what be let me know that these so-called spiritual people, they have knowledge, but they have no wisdom. They have no connection to the great mother. Any divine being will never say, I hate black women based off how you feel about your mother. So you're going to make all women suffer because of your mother wounds and how you feel about your own mother, because you haven't healed them wounds. Very lost. He said people cannot make men their God. That's where they mess up. Yep, Jay. Yep. Yes. And you know what? That's another reason why I share my experiences, because my platform is not the platform for people to become codependent. I do not create a space for codependency. I create a space for individualism and anti-slave, okay, mentality. So I know I won't be for everybody, and I know the community connect won't be for everybody. And look, they stuck. He said they still screaming free nature. They are stuck. Like the fat duck, as my grandma would say. They don't know what to do without him around. So then there's polite, but you're in space so much. Right. And see, this ain't that. You see, I just said that when I did my tarot reading the other day. This is not that. This is not a fear-based community. This is a community of warriors, divine intelligent beings, critical thinkers. Okay? Yes. Thank you, Toya. That prime example of trapping and stealing energies and souls. He literally and spiritually messed them girls up. Yes, he did. He sure did. And they may never recover from that. You said, dude, so much love to you for doing this live, man. I swear to God, you don't know how long I feel it. Listen, I kind of figured that's why 400 of y'all been sticking it out with me. Y'all not alone. I promise you, y'all not. Y'all not. You say, my spirit led me to you tonight. Yes. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Spirit. Laura says, question. If this is a PE trafficking ring, would you say Roxy and Marc D tried to sabotage the court case because there are more people involved? I feel like Marc and Roxy are playing the savior in this operation. I feel like I don't feel like they tried to sabotage the court case. I feel like they're working with the court case. Said Javarius had his own court. All them, yeah, he did. He sure did have his own court. He done got caught up too. You say Polite is his name. Oh, that's his real name? A servant. You say people think a man is a god because they don't know. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You say, how could something so magnificant and powerful be dwindled down to men specifically? Because right, because that's that psychological warfare. They want us to believe that we're not gods. They want us to believe that. Oh, you're welcome, Sharika. I'm gonna have to go to sleep. We got 414 in the chat. That's number 9, y'all. It's a completion. So somebody got the message. Somebody picked up what Spirit was putting down, and I appreciate y'all for retaining the information. If anybody want this PDF, just inbox me on TikTok. I guess I can send it there. I don't know, but yeah. Try to sign up with the Patreon if y'all can. Try to sign up there. And we'll do more. I'll come here too and do it and do some teachings, but I'm not sure how much of this I could talk about on YouTube just yet. Yeah. You say we gods and goddesses, not kings and queens. Yes, that's right, Nisi. He said the message was clear here for the okay. He said that's my confirmation. Your address is 414. There you go. There you go, Jessica. You say what they did was him, especially was stupid. Yeah. Thank you for yep. You be laying back. Oh, I know y'all be listening. I know y'all probably do like me. Put your phone down, just be listening, and I'll probably be cleaning up and stuff and just playing whatever I'm listening to. So that's cool. As long as I know y'all here and y'all listening. I ain't talking to myself. Cause y'all know what? I don't go live on TikTok that much no more because they shadow ban me. I used to think like, what are people talking about when they shadow ban? No, they will shadow ban you. If you talk this type of stuff, would make it on TikTok. So I have to get on YouTube and do this. And this barely scratches the surface, y'all. It's so deep. Jay. Jay talking about he went to sleep. He was watching me last night. Woke up, caught me live. Bossy say, "Hey, Niecy." Oh, she talking Niecy. He say none. They tooted away because she gonna start to talk and. Shout out to New York. He said, "Yeah, they want to hear the truth. They don't want people to hear the truth on TikTok. Do y'all know how much of my content that they do not pay me for? I just still post anyway. They say that I'm an extremist, that I promote criminal activity. It's not original content. All type of stuff." All type of stuff. Like how you gonna call me an extremist because I might raise my voice out of passion. But again, we just discussed that media is ran by these dark energy exchange systems. So they watch us. They watch your content. They watch what you say. They watch us, period. Right, Jay. Like, what the hell? Like, what? I don't be on there doing nothing crazy, and I be having to appeal a lot of my content on TikTok. Yeah, I do. So it get to the point where it's like I might stop posting for a while, then I'll start posting again, and then a video will go viral, and then I'll chill out again because I don't know what they be doing with my content. The outreach sometimes is weird. Newborn laws. Yeah. Hey, Mika. We about to get off here now, girl. He said, "Yeah, I always just listen, but tonight I felt like I had to say something." I appreciate you saying something. Trump trash abortion rights, so she can not get involved. Cause yeah, he said they plant agents within you, even knowing, trying to make you feel like you're going crazy. Yes. I remember too, y'all. Sleep. Hopefully I can give me some sleep. There was a time when I knew it was like this man in black, or what they would call Agent Smiths. He walked past my house. He had on these really, 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 really dark black shades. A strange man that I never seen before. Never. And I knew he was watching me. I think it was at that moment when I realized that they will send agents to you. You don't have to go out nowhere. If you think you're gonna be in the house on hermit mode, They will send the agents to you. They will come knocking at your door for whatever reason. They will make some shit up just to knock at your door. Anything. Like one of my neighbors, um, her kids would walk her dog past my gate. And I have a big dog too. But my gate is extremely secure. My dog cannot get out my gate. So her kids will walk her kids past the gate. So one day I get a knock at the door. Now, mind you, I don't talk to none of my neighbors because I don't talk to nobody around here. The energy is off. So she come knocking on the door and she claimed, or she was like, when I opened up the door, she said, I'm not coming to you. Oh no, I ain't coming trying to check you or with an attitude. I'm thinking to myself, like, that's exactly what you came here to do. But go off, okay? Go off. I'm just looking at her like this. I'm not smiling or nothing. I'm just looking. Just listening to what she got to say. So she basically saying, I recorded it because I have a camera on my front porch, so I recorded it. The interaction, and I had my phone on record too, because there's been times where my front camera did not record an interaction, and I thought that was crazy. So from now on, I just record anytime I feel like somebody about to come to my door on some crazy stuff. But anyway, she was like, yeah, your dog bit my dog from the inside the gate. I said, well, did your dog get under the gate or something? And she like, no. And I said, okay. And I said, well, maybe, I said, do you think that maybe your dog shouldn't walk so close to the gate? That's all I had to say to piss her off. She was mad, y'all. This lady was so mad. She went stomping back across the street. Oh, she don't get it. She got a effing pit bull, and you just gonna let your dog bite my dog. She had all her family out there too, y'all. Mind you, it just be little old me. But they all was watching. It was a couple of guys out there. You know, they try to intimidate you. They try to do little shit. And I just shut the door. Like, okay. Like, my dog bit your dog from under the gate and your dog was too close to the gate. What do you mean? I don't have no hole under my gate. So that means your kids was playing by my gate with my dog. And it just sounds so stupid. It be the most stupidest things that take place. And do y'all know? She called the police on me. This lady called the police on me and they wrote me a ticket. And she looked like me. She's not a white lady. She looks like me. Okay. So I went down to the courthouse or whatever. And I was asking, I said, like, why do I have a ticket for my dog being inside the gate? And even when the police officer came, and I was explaining to the police officer, I said, you can go look around my whole gate and you tell me if you find a hole under my gate. Well, they said this and they said that. And I said, well, go look. You know, go look. And long story short, they wound up writing me some tickets. So I went down there and they told me that basically it was a warning. It was a warning or something. I'm like, what? How do I? They ain't never they stopped walking their dog past the gate. Great. But it's like they create these unnecessary interactions when all she had to do from the very beginning was stop walking your dog past my gate and stop being so close to the gate, rather. Not even necessarily walking it past the gate, but don't be so close. Next thing I know, her kids eyeballing me like they crazy. You know, it's just be that they just want to connect with your energy so bad that they will become your enemy just to be graced by your energy a little bit, just a little. Yeah. And recently, I don't know if I told y'all about this, Another I got written another ticket the other day. My baby father came to my house, and I called the police while the police was at the house. And the police officer, I called the police to ask them, how can I give a report over the phone, or basically do I need to come in to give a report? The police officer asked me when he seen me, I said, did you call the police? And I said, yeah. And he was like, he said whatever he said, but he wrote me a ticket for calling the police while the police was on site. He wrote me a ticket. So now I got to go deal with that in the court. That wasn't no warning. He actually wrote me a ticket. They summoned me to court. Now, how you come to my house, try to intimidate me? You come bringing the police, making false allegations and lies, and then you have them same people you brought to my house to try to intimidate me and write me a ticket. Oh, okay. But that's what they do. And telling y'all, I'm not telling y'all some shit I Googled. This is the truth. This is the truth. I don't bother nobody, y'all. I be at home. I be at home dancing to music with my kids, cooking my kids dinner, feeding my dog, feeding my turtle, drinking my water, barely getting any sleep because I be on here with y'all. I order groceries at this point. I barely leave. They come to me. They come to me, and it's so crazy. You say you being attacked because of that truth. I'm telling you, that frequency of truth, when you embody the frequency of truth, you attract all type of beings. That's basically what I'm saying. That's not for y'all to fear monger. Y'all, we need 6 more likes. That's it. 6 more likes. You know, hit that like button, y'all. Yeah, you say you believe me. Yeah. What I'm saying is, just be prepared for it. Just be prepared mentally. Like, yeah, they're gonna try to do things to get me off my square. And it can literally come from anybody, because most people around us are not seeking to be healed. Most people are very toxic. So they're quick to be used by these malevolent forces. So just keep that in mind. That's it. Don't be afraid of nothing. We don't know fear. We're just aware of it. Right, Jessica, you're a target. Mm-hmm. Let me say I'll hit the like button. Oh, you hit it. Thank you. Yep. And I feel like we're spaced out because we are all simultaneously raising the frequency of Tiamat or Gaia. We are all simultaneously raising the frequency in the regions that we are in. And I feel like that's why we're not as physically close as we would like to be, but we are close. You get what I'm saying? Consciously, we're close. Say you protect your energy and peace. I'm so serious. Dark people always have a problem. I shine my light. Yeah, they do. They do. And they can't see that you really there. You can help them. They can't see that. All they know is jealousy, fear, envy, hate, rage. That's all they know. She says she feeling me through the iPad. Listen, I be having to Spirit say, I be like, I be needing some sleep. Spirit say, well, you don't want to be on there for 5 hours. It go by so fast though. It really do. It seemed like you do. Yeah. And then them same Yep, I was just about to say that. Them same people that's negative, they'll try to influence, everybody else around them to go against you and conspire against you. I do. Like, girl, it's time to get off now. Yep, to crazy people, absolutely. That's why I told y'all about that Lyft driver too. When he was staring at me, through the rearview mirror, and I could see him through my peripheral vision that he was staring at me, and I didn't look at him. No, he wanted my attention so bad. He wanted to get that rise out of me. So just keep that in mind, that these malevolent dark forces, they want to get a rise out of you. Why? They want to siphon your energy. He wanted me to get scared and panicky, and just so he can slow down and drive regular again. In that moment, he wanted me to be afraid. Why? Because he wanted to steal my energy. Once you become evolved at a certain level, you catch that shit in real time. You catch it in real time. You know exactly what they doing. You don't react to your nerves. Your nerves are there to tell you, stranger danger, or this is not safe, or be aware, be alert. That's what your nerves will tell you in moments like that. It's not for you to be afraid. It's for you to be aware of what's taking place. So once my nerves spoke to me and said this, that, and the third is going on, and I in real time I was able to, like decipher what was happening real quick. I was able to react exactly how I needed to. So we got our own little community. Exactly. The sovereigns connect. Okay. The sovereign connect. She say jealousy brings chaos and destruction. Yep. Shannon jealous because caused her to destroy her own niece. Absolutely. You said right. They want to control you. This is a energy game. Like an energy game. So they want to be able to control your emotions. What is emotions? Energy in motion. So if they can control your energy, then they can control you and put that in motion. And they can control what you see, how you react, how you be. They can control you. Don't give your power away by way of energy. You control where your energy and motion go. Oh, right. He knew I was a force. Yeah, definitely not easy to disrupt. I used to be. I used to be. You said, have you ever seen the spirit? Um, the way that I can describe it, it's like it's faceless. This malevolent force that I speak of is faceless. It's literally a force. It's like a it. If I had to put a face to it, it will be it. That's why I use the clown face on my thumbnails on my content. Because if I had to describe this malevolent trickster spirit, it would be a clown. It would be a clown. Yeah. Say, do y'all meditate? Do you feel like it have you one up type shit? Do you feel like you said, do I meditate? Yeah. I think there are all different many ways to meditate. I meditate a lot with dance. Okay. But there are many ways that you can meditate. Now, you don't have to always sit down and be in a certain position to meditate. Although, whatever works for you. You say, do you feel like you have the one up type shit? I'm not sure what you mean by that part, but see, demonic spirit jump. And see, that's what it is. The malevolent trickster spirit. That's why I don't say it's like, it's not a this or a that. It's a it. It's not a this, it's not a that. It's a it, because it can morph, it can transform, it can embody, it can, control, manipulate. It's just a force. Just like just like spirit is a force. Benevolence, holy divine force, like the air that we breathe, like the wind, like the elements. It's just a force, right? You get what I'm saying? Yes, to be aware. And yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's it. You said, I love the way you work that. I don't know which part you're talking about, because you know my comments be delayed, but yeah, that part. You said, I really do enjoy it. I'm so glad y'all do. Y'all really be letting me be on here just talking and talking and talking. It's so funny to me. That is so funny. I swear, I do not do this much talking when I get off this phone. I'm actually pretty quiet. I'm really a quiet person. That's so funny. You say they being people outside my house, but mm-hmm. You said, and I seen the clown face after I took a picture. After I took a picture of my You said there's many different ways of meditating, right? He said, right. Mm-hmm. Putting it in our faces. She said, how do you meditate? Just an example. How long? Yeah, like I said, Nisi, I do a lot of dancing. I use dance to alchemize a lot of dense energies as well. So for me, that's just what me and my kids like to do. We like to dance, move around. Even with cleaning up for me, I can meditate. I don't know. That's just how it works for me. Sometimes I might actually put on some meditation music and go into really, really deep thought. It just depends on, how I'm feeling at that moment. But dance I'll do the same. I can go into deep meditation dancing. So it's just really about what you like to do. Yep, it jumps from body to body. Body to body. It sure do. You say, what y'all think about Clone Tyrone? Like it's they playing in our face. Yes. We just talked about MK Ultra. Mm-hmm. They playing in our face. Say if you have discernment, you will definitely notice it. Yep. You say, you have right ears to listen to. You say you just have to know, and they smell the fear. They smell the fear. See, I smell their fear. I feel their fear too. They feel our high vibrations. They want a piece of it. They want to siphon it because they feel like they don't have access to source energy, because they're not choosing to heal. And in order to connect to source energy, you have to be seeking to heal yourself. Okay. And alchemize those dense energies. Okay. The great mother energy, you have to rise up. Think of it like like a seed. A seed goes into the dark, right? You put the seed in the dirt, it goes into the dark. It festers in the dark, right? It vibrates. It takes for you to nurture it and love on it and do whatever you got to do for that seed to start to sprout. Same thing when it comes to healing. You got to go within the dark in order to sprout up and rise. I hope that makes sense. That just kind of came to me like a garden reference. Like rise, you literally have to rise. And they feel like they don't have access to source energy because they're choosing not to, not because they can't. They're choosing not to. You have to choose. It's all a choice. Do I believe in afterlife? I won't say necessarily after life. Well, yeah, because I believe that we're energy, so we're going to transform into something, another experience. You just have to know. Yeah. Okay, at the base of your spine, but you got to build it up. You're not going to start off like that. It's different ways. To meditate, yes. Yep. But see, the only way, yeah, you gotta work with your chakras. Honestly, y'all, I didn't even realize that that was what I was doing early on in my ascension. All I know is I didn't really start studying chakras to maybe about a year after I had already had a Kundalini awakening. I was just literally being guided by spirit. If that makes sense, it's like I would go into a deep trance state, a deep trance. And to be honest, for some people, it might take a psychedelic for you to really let go of everything and truly go within yourself and start to question things. It took a psychedelic for me to do that, because you want to put yourself in a state of a trance. Sexy Ray. Little Sexy Ray she be modding on everybody's stuff. Look, we love Miss Sexy Ray. Okay. You say you be in a deep sleep. My body automatically shuts down when I start going into astral. It just randomly happens for me at night. I feel like I get what you're saying too, Jay. I feel like I get what you're saying, because it happens with me too. And also, it's almost like when I'm dozing off into that really, really deep sleep, I hear a lot of messages come in, a lot of like visions, and it's almost like my spirit team be waiting for me to get in that state of mind where they just flood me with things and knowledge, and it's an experience. It truly is. You say you just started tapping into spirituality about 3 years ago. It ain't been that long for me either. Almost 5 years. Ain't been that long. But it don't take long. It don't take long. Say, SD, you a warrior, get behind. Look, I be on the front line. I be on the front line with this. You say, yes, she do. That's so funny. You said the awakening. Oh no, it's not a joke. Y'all know, I need to get off here. Y'all stop. It's a saying that go, spirituality is for people that been to hell. Religion is for people who are afraid to go to hell. And seemingly what that saying is, you got to go the fire. Spirituality takes you through the fire, that continuous cycle of that alchemical process and that Kundalini rising, and that awakening, that constant spiritual growth. 2011, she had hers in 2011. She says, I'm a Scorpio. I'm a person that just takes one convo with the person. My children say I mean, but no, sometimes, I think us as Scorpios too, we don't like small talk. And I think that's why I get on here and I start speaking about the things that actually be on my mind. I can't go to somebody in a grocery store and talk about the things that I'm talking about on here and they get it. I don't like small talk. I like deep, meaningful talks. I think depending on what you're already dealing with within yourself, it can. It's a duality to everything. Like I say, with psychedelics actually help open me up. It helped open me up. So, but again, with spirituality, you don't want to, I think a lot of times what happened with spiritual psychosis is when a person is going through their awakening too quick, or the downloads are coming too fast, like the true frequency it's really a frequency that you need to merge on. Kind of like you merging onto the freeway or something like that. You got to merge with the frequency of truth. You can't just be like, you know, because then you're going to drive yourself crazy, because everything going to hit you all at once and you might lose your mind. Okay. So I can see how people who are becoming awakened and aware may fall off or be stuck in that certain type of mindset, because the information was coming in too fast and they didn't know how to handle it. It almost happened to me. It's like everything that you are running away from, all of a sudden you have to face it as well. So I remember going through like stages of extreme anxiety. I'm talking about extreme anxiety. To the point where I almost was like, I can't do this. Like, I cannot do this. So it's important to especially early on in your awakening, to meditate. I highly recommend like deep thought meditation, where you're learning how to detach from the things you see and who you thought you were, and you know, the people that who you thought they were, you know, all of that will start to uncover itself. And if you're not careful, it might be too quick for you. You say that's what happened to you. Yeah. You just start to see a whole bunch of truth real quick, and it may be hard to grasp. You say, but why so many Black Americans hate each other? A lot of us don't hate each other. You said facts and be look, Jay. It did it for me. It sure did. What's the word I'm looking for? Open that pineal gland right on up. You said yes, you suffer from high anxiety, and you know what? That high anxiety, what you have to do is question the anxiety. Question why do you feel like you deal with anxiety, and then you ask spirit to show you, you know, where did that energy come from? Like what were you dealing with in your childhood that led to you having extreme anxiety? And they also say anxiety comes when we're worried about the future. So were you in an environment where you didn't feel safe emotionally, and you was always on eggshells, or you was, you know, you couldn't be yourself, and you was always worried about how you need to show up, right? It's gonna always trail back to childhood. It's gonna always trail back. So anxiety is when you're worried about the future, and depression is when you're worried about the past. So anytime you're feeling depressed or having anxiety, that means you're not in the present moment. And to be in the present moment is to be free of all enslavement, right? Is to be free. So the gift is the present moment. So whenever you feeling those two emotions, okay, you know, you can say to yourself consciously that I'm not in the present moment, and start to dissect and detect why. Just question everything. And Carlita said she was molested. Oh yeah, that's it right there. So it's just time for you to definitely make peace with that, Carlita, for your growth and your sanity. Not justifying those monstrous behaviors of the person that done that to you. Not to say that at all. It's just you want to be able to free yourself. And only you can do that, Carlita. Only you can do that. Maybe seek therapy, life coaching, or some type of a person that you trust to talk your way through this. Okay, you say my psychiatrist just put me on depression, anxiety medication. I do not like. Yeah, I didn't like how it made me feel either, and it gave me a really bad headache. So I stopped taking that. I'm not telling you to stop. I'm just saying for me, I couldn't do it. But honestly, when you practice mindfulness, this is what I want y'all to do too. Practice mindfulness meditations. Start with YouTube. Because what it's going to teach you is how to detach. Somebody just put detach. It's going to teach you how to detach and be in a present moment. It's going to teach you that, and how to be mindful of your thoughts and not to accept every thought that comes to your mind. Some thoughts are in your mind based off of what people said to you in your childhood, right? Some of the thoughts are not even your thoughts, but it's keeping you mentally enslaved. So we want to practice mindfulness. You say you always on the future and in the past, then yeah, because if you're feeling anything other than peace in that moment, then you are not in the present moment. Heal that inner child. It's not going to be easy at all, but it's so worth it, and it's so rewarding. And yeah, it's worth it. And as you should be, Carlita, as you should be. They deserve to be protected. But you also want to allow them the opportunities to execute what you teach them. Like you teach them about boundaries, you teach them about self-respect, you teach them how to tell, you teach them how to protect each other. You don't want to shield them from the opportunity to be able to critically think for themselves either, because of your fears and traumas that you haven't dealt with. You don't want to project that onto them, if that makes sense. You get what I'm saying? But I do understand why you would be. You ought to be very protective of our children. We ought to be. Yes, feel this present moment, or even that saying, smell the roses. That saying, smell the roses, is seemingly telling you to be in a present moment. Detach from literally everything. Just detach. Detach from everything. The present is the present. Yes, the present is the present. Like, this is what I tell myself. Like, if you lost everything, do you think that you could still love yourself? If your bank account hit negative 500, do you think that you still will love yourself? If your car broke down and you had to catch the bus, do you think that you will still love yourself and be able to enjoy your life in spite of, enjoy the fact that you're still here? You know? That's where the power is. When you can choose to dance in the midst of adversary, in the midst of a storm. When you can choose to smile because you know you have the power to smile if you ain't got nothing else. I have the power to do that. I have the power to speak positivity to myself. I have the power to look in the mirror and say, I love you. You the best. You the best person I know. You great. You know, like no matter what your reality show you, and that's what spirit will take you through the trenches so that you can build up your self love. Spirit will take you through the trenches. You won't be left there. You won't be left there. But your loyalty to self will be tested. That's what builds the warrior. That's what builds the spirit of the resilient. Those are the beings who are indeed the great mother's children. When you are placed in positions where you are totally dependent on the universe, not man. Man will fail you every time. But the divine won't. Can you let go of the idea of nothing's working out for me? I don't have anybody to support me. Any attachments that you have to money or things. Can you let go of those things and truly trust the universe to work everything out for you always? I didn't know how I was going to make it through what I just made it through, but I knew I was going to make it through because I trust the universe. I trust that me being in my purpose, that it has no choice. The universe has no choice but to conspire for my highest good because I know that I'm in my purpose. And I know that I'm being guided by spirit. You know? So, all right, Miss 3. So you say, I love someone more than I love me, and that broke me. So I felt that I had and is still trying to learn how to love myself again. I love people more than I love myself too many times. Too many times. And it cost me. It deprived me. I fell into a lot of depression. That when I finally was in my own space, in my own energy, I didn't even know what to do. I didn't know if I should go or come or stay or what. I had to find me again. I was so used to giving all of my energy away and constantly trying to people please and constantly explaining myself and, constantly doing this for that person and cooking for this man and trying to have a decent relationship it was just always something. It wasn't until I became single that I realized that a lot of things that I was trying to get from the relationship, I was actually supposed to be giving to myself. I didn't become my most happiest version of myself until I became only with myself and single. No man has ever put a smile on my face like I have put a smile on my face. Never. And if they did, it was very temporary and very transactional. Looking to others for validation when it's you. It's you. Give yourself everything that you are seeking from somebody else. So what did I start to do to show love and care and kindness to myself, what did I start to do? I started taking better care of myself. I started meditating more on self-love, or reading about self-love, or really sitting with myself and doing things that truly made me happy. And that didn't mean that it ain't have nothing to do with slaving behind a man all day, cooking for him and washing his clothes and cleaning up the house. It ain't had nothing to do with that. Actually, I realized I don't never want to do that ever again in life. I don't ever want to be anybody's Molly the maid. I'm not looking to be your mother. I'm not looking to be that. I'm not going to be that. I have 4 children who I mother. That's it. I realized that the way that I was taught how to be a woman to a man was very imbalanced. The way that I was taught how to be a woman to a man suppressed me. It made me give up too much of me. I didn't have nothing for myself. You know how they say you can't pour from an empty cup? My cup was always empty. Nobody tried to fill it up. Totally taking advantage of the nurturer in me. Never again. Never again. And you know what? That could happen for men too, but I'm having a woman experience, so I'm gonna speak from a woman's perspective. You say, where did I start? How did I start my self-care? First off, I started connecting back with my inner child, that healing. It's going to go back to healing. And see how that went back full circle. I connected back to my inner child, and I started to do things that genuinely satisfied me holistically. That contributed to my well-being and my happiness. So if that meant going for a walk every day, if that meant going to get my hair done, going to get my nails done, if that meant going to read a book, going to meditate, going to get my car clean, I don't know, anything that I felt I wanted to do that made me genuinely happy in those moments, that's exactly what I did and still do. I decided to be very dedicated and loyal to myself, like I was hoping people would be to me. I stopped expecting me from other people, and I started to give me. Yes, it's the little things that will make you happy. And, you will realize that I don't have to appease nobody else. I found myself in relationships always trying to consider what they was going to think about what I do. If I color my hair, or if I decide I want to wear something that makes me happy, or, whatever the case may be. I'm not in a space where I am looking for validation from anybody outside of me. I literally do what makes me happy. Just start there. Inner child guided meditation. Yes, start with, you will slowly but surely start to reconnect back with your child self and the things that used to make you happy and put you in a state of like that magical state where it's like everything is magic. Like that. You will find yourself being happier. If you got children, you will be showing up as the best version of yourself for your children, because you're doing the inner work. You're connecting with your inner self. You're expressing yourself authentically. If you're into art, you doing art. If you're into music, you back connected to your music. You no longer having writer's block. You're able to fluently express yourself. Your throat chakra, for me, is speaking. So I was able to get back in a space where I'm okay being online speaking. I'm okay expressing myself in such an authentic way that it reached people and it touched people in ways that, on the soul level, you get what I'm saying? Or I just started to just let go of the idea that society placed on me that I should be, or let go of the standards that my family created for me to be. I just created my own lane. I became my own standard. I stopped comparing myself to people, and I just started living my own best life by my accord, not nobody else's. And if you like me, cool. If you don't, then that's a you problem, because I know I'm being myself, and I'm not being myself to make you mad. You just mad for whatever reason you got going on within yourself. That don't have nothing to do with me. And that's how I started to think. And then when you start to think like that, you start to be like that. You say you're really glad you came in here, inspiring me to start back uploading my. Yes, speak your truth. Use your voice. If you have the gift to speak, and you have the gift, to deliver a message in a way where, it touches people, do that. Compare myself was a big issue for me too. I told y'all, well, I don't know, I mentioned this before, but back in like 2017, I think it was, I had bought me a camera, a nice Sony camera. I still got the camera today. I don't even use it. I use my phone. But I had recorded the video from a YouTube, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna start my YouTube. But I was so worried about not having the support of my family not supporting me. The person I was in the relationship wasn't really supporting me, didn't seem happy about me, evolving or growing, that I just put the camera down, and I just stopped. But it worked out. It worked out because I think that it was meant for me to do some healing, really embody my authenticity, so that when I do speak, it's felt, right? So I needed to kind of go through the process in which I did to build up my authentic courage. But what my point is that I've always wanted to feel comfortable to be me. And in the spaces that I was in, the environments that I was in, I never felt safe to be me. My family always made me feel like I was an inconvenience or some type of burden. Or when I did speak, they would make me feel like what I had to say was always judged. Like, oh, you being a smart mouth, or you being you think you miss right, you think you know it all. Like, they will really try to make me feel bad for speaking up. And all I was trying to do is what I'm doing now. Like, I'm just talking. It's not me trying to make it seem like I know everything, because I don't know everything, but I do know what I know. You know what I mean? So it still worked out. So I've been using my voice. Stop. Yeah, me too. No, saying no is powerful. They say no is a complete sentence. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, comparing yourself was a big issue in your younger years. You say no, never have someone else, tell me or make you feel like you're not enough or not to do what you want. Yes. And I realized, especially with being single, that you start to create your own standards. And then you start to realize that actually the people that I was with, I was settling for. I was settling because I was told by family members or society that this is what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to jeopardize parts of myself to be with this person, and compromise who I am to be with this person. I realized that I don't want to do that. I'm not ever doing that again. And if a person comes into my life, they need to be okay with themselves first. They need to already have have emotional intelligence, right? They need to have self-control. They need to be okay, like in moments like this. You see, when I'm freely able to speak to y'all for 5-6 hours because this is what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? I don't need nobody in the bedroom tossing and turning, coming in here staring at me while I'm in here talking to y'all and trying to make me feel uncomfortable for doing what I love to do. You know what I mean? I don't need nobody trying to dictate and control what I do. And that's what a problem come in at. That's what a power struggle come in at, because you're not going to control me. I'm not doing nothing that is jeopardizing the relationship or anything like that. Why are you trying to come and control what I do? You know what I mean? I'd rather just be by myself. And I ain't really by myself, for real. But, you know, people say single, whatever. Whatever. I don't need nobody coming to control nothing that I'm doing. Not at all. Or comparing yourself to my purpose. Oh, you spend all that time on the phone and you doing. No. Keep your thoughts and your feelings to yourself. I don't want to hear it. Said I had to finish dealing with the situation that was going on in my life at the time. I had to leave people behind. Everybody cannot go. They sure can't. You say you definitely did, shining love in your own essence. Yes. You said it took you 40. No, don't say it. It's not sadly. I feel like we are all on. It's a marathon, not a race. It's a marathon, not a race. Okay. Some of us, we just on different paths. It is what it is. You say that be my issue. I can't be controlled. I know what I like, right? What you want to do. I'm sure of yourself. I don't need nobody trying to give me right. Like, just let people be. Just let people be. If you be with the person, you have to be okay with them just being who they are. So I know for a fact I need a person in my space that's like-minded like me, a person that likes to seek knowledge, a person that's into studying things and teaching and can stand corrected, that's not ego driven, that has control of their emotions, that has self-control, that is at the core of them are just a respectful person. You know, it's a bunch of things that they need to have and be it. You know, and I will be able to tell if they're not. So that's why, Spirit, I put a message on TikTok about us. A lot of us are going to be connecting with our 5D partners. Okay. And basically 5D is everything I just described and more. But the foundation of that is respect, is self-love, awareness, Christ consciousness, all of those things. It's just a matter of time. It ain't really a matter of time. For a lot of us, it's gonna be happening soon. Yes, emperor only, absolutely. That respects women, uh, you know, ain't got the mommy and daddy wounds going on, not looking to control you. That actually finds pleasure in you being a free little butterfly, a free little birdie that you want to be. Like, let me be, okay? And I bees a lot. I take up a lot of space. I do a lot of things. You gotta be an asset now. You can't be creating unnecessary road blockages and delays and all that. You can't be doing that. I need you to stay focused. I used to be too, Gemini. Yeah, let me be, because guess what? I ain't gonna be too far. I ain't gonna be too far. Look, we ain't gonna be too far. You got somebody you truly, genuinely like, you ain't gonna be too far from them. They ain't got nothing to worry about. They ain't got nothing to worry about. And I had to realize that I can't control nobody. I wanted my ex to be faithful and not a homo, not into down low activities, and not be a domestic violent person. And I wanted all these things for him, but I couldn't make him make no decisions. He had to make them decisions on his own. You know what I mean? Like, I had to realize that too. I got to let people be who they are. I can't expect a person to be who I know that they can be, but because I can see their potential when that's not who they are. Okay, that's for somebody did that. Potential don't mean nothing if they don't see that within themselves. Right. It's up for them. And I honestly, I don't want to be with nobody who I feel like I need to have to change them or convince them to change. As a Christ conscious being, we are always transforming. We are always transforming and becoming a better version of ourselves. Yes, Shelly, I'm gonna get off here. We're always transforming. So it will be no need for me to control you if you already have a Christ consciousness, that you operate from, and you already know that you are always continuously growing and transforming and becoming a better version of yourself. It will be no reason for me to want to control you into being who I see that you can be in your potential, because you're going to be becoming a better version of yourself, just like I would. I am becoming. All right, y'all. That's all I got. That is all I got. It's 7:37 where I'm at. Listen, for those of you that catch this replay, let me know in the comments where you're from, what you think about this video. If you watch the whole video, you might need to break this up in parts. You might got to break this up in parts and listen to it while you're driving, while you're cleaning up the house, or while you at work and with some headphones, okay? Because that's all I got. I'm done. I am done. My baby gonna be waking up in an hour. She gonna be time oatmeal. I'm gonna be calling my son like, go make her some oatmeal. I'm gonna be asleep, okay? Goodness. Yes, Gemini. Thank you for being here. Listen, we gotta be conscious of our beliefs, y'all, because beliefs do what? Y'all remember what I be saying? Beliefs finally caught me live. Yes, but I'm gonna get off here. Why we gotta be mindful of our beliefs, y'all? Y'all remember? Why we gotta be mindful? Yes, they create our reality. But it was something that I wanted to say in particular. And I wrote down a new one. And I said, it says, Today I will watch my thoughts, for my thoughts determine my words determine my actions determine my habits, and my habits determine my character. For my character determines my destiny. Ashe? Ashe? That's it. I just told you. Gemini. So what I say, we watch our thoughts, because our thoughts determine our words determine our actions determine our habits, and our habits determine our character determine our destiny. You are the creator of your reality, and it all starts with a thought. I love y'all for real. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get off here. I'm going to find something for us to talk about later on the next live. Make sure y'all got y'all bell on so y'all can catch me when I'm live, or not. But I prefer you do. Okay. Peace, love, light, darkness. Primordial darkness, that is. Ashe. And y'all stay safe. I don't know. I don't want to tell y'all time and then I don't keep up with that time. But what I will do is post like a premiere time on YouTube where I decide a time, and then, you know, right now I don't know because I ain't got no sleep. Ain't got no sleep. And I'm really not sleepy for real, but I will be. So yeah. Peace, y'all. And I'll catch y'all in the next video. See y'all. Like, for real, it really be like that. Like, I gotta really calm myself down now, because that fire be lit inside of me, and then I gotta let it out a little bit. Just a little bit. All right. See y'all. For real. Hi, y'all. Yep, do all of that. Like, share, comment, sub, all of that. See y'all.